Before that, the compound word blackamoor existed. It was predominant. Before, Blackmore and blackamoor were used predominantly, was used in literature as well as more, but let's focus on blackamoor. But our people think they're black though. But when we're talking about blackamoor now. So if I say, well, sister, when they say, how you doing, my black sister? You won't reject that. How you doing, blackamoor? You reject that. How you doing, my black sister? You won't reject that. How you doing, blackamoor? Hey, blackamoor. Hey, blackamoor.
Hey, y'all, blackamoors out there in the building.
Blackamoor is a compound word. You have the adjective black, and you have the proper noun more.
Could I ask one more question before you take over?
Yeah, good.
With you comparing the two and comparing black and blackamoor, doesn't that make them both misnomers that are just descriptive terms and not based on anyone's nationality?
But the nationality is in blackamoor. Blackamoor is a compound word. That's the me. I'm answer that. Blackamoor is a compound word. But black is not a compound word.
Is it a birth line? Is it a birthright?
In blackamoor, you have a proper noun. Because before it's blackamoor, before it was black or more. I mean, before they put the A between the more and black and put them together, it was Blackmore. It was Blackmore. It wasn't Blackamoor first. It was Blackmore in the 1560 in the 1599 Geneva Bible. And Blackmore is spelled lowercase b, L-E-C-K, uppercase M or capital M, O-O-R. More is clearly identifiable. But now you take this, you put them together and put the A between them, it's less identifiable. So blackamoor and black would not be in the same category. Why? Because blackamoor is a compound word. It's they're two separate words, two distinct words put together. Black and more. One black, the adjective, and more is the proper noun. Let's go back again. Let's go to Francois Bonner. Francois Bonner, the Nouvelle Division de la Torre. So the concept of associating black, white, brown, red, and yellow to people came from Francois Bonner, Carl Linnaeus, and Johann Friedrich Baumbach. There was no association of those words with people. That's the new division de la terre, the new division of the earth. And the concept of blackamoor was, once again, I said, white Wesley Snipes would refer to as a blackamoor. Today, a dark-skinned black man. So there's been a great effort to bury more and to push Francois Bonner black, to push that. So, because that's a stripping of our inheritance, because the inheritance claim is in our nationality. Black's not a nationality. Negro isn't either.
By
color isn't either.
Wouldn't be the OG, because you just told us that black Wesley Snipes would be known as
whether our people know who they are or not. Let me finish make this point.
He's a black.
Whether our people know who they are or not. Let's put that to the side. Black's not a nationality. That's all right.
So by default, more wouldn't be.
So right now they think they black. Let's address that. Millions of our people, millions, check black off at jobs when they enroll their children to school. All right, different programs. You know, they check black off.
Hey, the reality of the fact is a lot of these people out here going with this, like he said, Wesley Snipes would be a blackamoor because he's a black man, dark-skinned man. But then you turn around and say black is not an identity. Well, by default, more if more and black mean the same thing, by default, more wouldn't be an identity, family. So when y'all try to use it descriptively, it's just, I mean, y'all, that is a Pan-African mindset. Pan-Africans made everybody black. That was black African. Nick, I saw Hidden Colors. I heard Tariq Nasheed. I heard Dr. Kaba. I heard James Smalls teach y'all about the Moors and Hidden Colors 1. And they said all these black Europeans, and they taught them how to bathe. And wait, where do you think all these people getting this from? Stop it. When y'all here talking about all black European, y'all got that off Hidden Colors. You're a Pan-African.
So let's address that. Black's not a nationality. That is a human rights violation. That's a human rights violation. That's crime against humanity for a government entity to construct fraud and to place black on an application. That's a crime against humanity. That's a human rights violation. Black's not a, forget knowing who they are right now. Forget, just drop that right now. Black's not a nationality. Everyone has a right to a name and nationality. Negro's not a nationality. Color's not a nationality. I want to stay on that.
Okay, so I have
that,
okay, so oh sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, sister.
So I want to follow up with that. I'll ask
up.
you a nationality question, right? Because this is also my confusion. So yes, all right. So we know, I think everyone. So we know that nationality is belonging to a particular nation, like how you, when you were talking about, okay, you know, you're born in China, you're Chinese. If you're born here, if you're born in Brazil, you're Brazilian, right? But and it has, and you are attached, the people are attached to a nation, they belong to a nation, and that nation has legal jurisdiction, right? They have a military, they have borders, right? What in not in the past, but in 2024, what is the nation called for those claiming Moors as their nationality?
Good question,
the Moroccan Empire. She's in the hospital. The Moroccan Empire is in the hospital. Let me explain. The Moroccan, our mother is in the hospital. I'm going to explain it politically. Our mother has been in a coma for over 200 years. Coma is a prolonged state of unconsciousness. I'm going to translate the international terminology now. When a mother, a nation, is in a hospital, that means it's collapsed. It's a temporary collapse or dismemberment or disintegration or temporary extinction. Those are the international law terms. Due to European conquest and colonization. So because our mother is in a hospital, that is still our mother. So our mother's collapsed, she's in the hospital, but it's still our mother. So we belong by national origin and descent to the Moroccan Empire, even though she's in the hospital, meaning now by having knowledge that our mother is in the hospital and she's been in a coma. I'm going to go to the hospital where my mother is, and I'm going to work and bring my mother out of a coma. An international law that is called the recovery of lost sovereignty. Bringing our mother out of the 200-year period of prolonged state of absence in the international community. All right. That's called the recovery of lost sovereignty. We're going to work to bring our mother back into full political life so that we can re-enter the international community as an old and original state under the reversion of sovereignty. Let me give you a case. In 1968.
Abdullah, real quickly though, just real quickly, are you saying, all right, so is the Moorish, so you're saying the nation is the Moorish Empire? Where is that in 2024? So where you were born and raised?
Where you were born and raised? Where you were born and raised?
Okay.
Where you were born and raised?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. the 1968, the representative of Ceylon. Ceylon was classified by the International Law Commission of the Rights and Duties of States in the United Nations as a new state. The representative challenged that false claim and said that Ceylon should be recognized as an old and original state and should re-enter the international community.
Y'all get the likes up, I get on the panel. Y'all share it out. We can get 200 in here. People do the right thing. We could have been in the algorithm. Y'all get 200, I'll go jump on the panel.
Under reversion to sovereignty, the representative showed that Ceylon had diplomatic relations and treaty relations going back to the 19th century. So that was called a continuity. So there's historical continuity that we can show. That's why I have those treaties in Moors and Masonry Part 1, dating back to the early 1600s. That shows historical continuity.
Okay, so
and we have a right, we have a divine inherent right to self-determination. We have an inherent right.
We do.
So anyone who says that we don't have, so the United States claim we don't have that. All right, what does that mean? All right, what does that mean? What does that mean politically? The United States says that Moors don't have the inherent right for self-determination.
Where?
It's called slavery. I mean, when you say United States, I didn't hear you. Say again, I say it loud, United States. Say it loud, United States. We don't have what? The right to what? Self-determination.
Y'all gonna make me come jump on the panel over there. Y'all gonna make me jump on the panel. Doshi left. Why Doshi leave?
Say it loud, United States. I didn't hear you. We don't have the right to self-determination. Say it loud.
We do. No, bro. Obama said you do.
Right. Okay. So my let me follow up. So my last question would be,
cut it out.
What has been the progress in your opinion? What has been some of these success stories? Because I know you said, okay, our mother's in a hospital for 200 years, right?
Talking about how swore
so what has been the progress? So acquiring all these legal documents, such as the treaties that you spoke of, like have you seen that help get restitution, retribution, reclaiming land in the court of law? Like, I don't want to necessarily. I want to talk about, like, we're in 2024, right? So what has worked? Like, where's the progress? Can you speak to that? How has that helped a court of law? Because I hear a lot of Moors. There's a talking point that, as an outsider, I have heard over and over again, that when you claim Moor as your nationality, which is a status, and you're in the court of law, it can help you beat a case, but there hasn't been many success stories with that. So there's a disconnect. So what has been the progress?
Not 200 in the building.
No, I got you.
I'm jumping on the panel.
All right, let me address the misconceptions first, because you brought up misconceptions.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up misconceptions.
Yes.
All right. So let me address misconceptions that you brought up, and then I'll go into progress. The misconceptions that you brought up. You claim,
brother, I don't know nothing about Rod Hayes and none of the accusations. I haven't heard it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about that, but I think you said my people over there. I don't know what you mean. But now I haven't heard anything about that, so I can't put nothing on that man's name. I don't want to speak about it.
Moorish nationality, it'll help you in the courtroom and all that. All right. Now,
Rich,
that's individualism.
Richard, man, Richard Neal.
I mean, that. I know. I understand that. That's a misconception there. Of the problem is that conscious Moors have been groomed into.
I don't know nothing about that, man.
Have not been taught the principle of national unity. Conscious Moors have been groomed into individual processes. Conscious Moors have not been working toward recovery of lost Moor sovereignty. Conscious Moors have not been working towards, restoring. All right. So when I connected with Shin Malakar Bey, because my conscience was messed up too, sister. So my conscience was was part of that misconception Moors. All right. And I connected with Shem Malachi Bey. I've known for 20 years. I started working with him, studying with him for 5 years ago. And he emphasized the principle of national unity, the national principles perspective, where before the conscious Moor has been groomed into this individual processes, and not restoring the national principle. Let me explain the national principle concept.
Rich, they don't know, man. Man, when they do an investigation, man, they gonna have you down. I'm not going down there to sit down in there, man. I'm not sitting in homicide, man. In that little cold little box, man. They getting you shit out the snack bar and all of that, man. I'm not going down. I don't know nothing. I don't want to make a statement. I wasn't even there.
A Chinese, in the Chinese Constitution embodies the name of Chinese, I mean the name of the people is drafted in the Chinese Constitution. The name of the nation state is drafted in the Chinese Constitution. When a Chinese flies from China to France, that Chinese wears that is clothed, it's called clothed. The Chinese is clothed with the Chinese Constitution. While the Chinese is in France, the Chinese is beaten down by 3 French cops. When those Chinese are beaten down, when those French cops are they're beating down the French Constitution, because that Chinese is wearing the Chinese Constitution. That Chinese is wearing, because he or she is clothed with the Chinese Constitution. With me, my point I'm making is that China is not going to address it as you injured one. It's an attack against China. What the problem had been, is that Moors have been groomed, had not been taught that way. They've been taught in this individual process. You go to court, right? And then also conscious Moors have not been, have been cliquish. They've been cliquish. They've been selfish. Some conscious Moors, because then I don't want to get beat up, because I don't mean all.
There you go, OG.
Have been cliquish.
There you go.
They've been selfish. They're not their brothers and sisters keepers. It's been individual processes, their own individual cases. So they had not been a push to recover the lost Moorish sovereignty, to restore the national principles. Shem Malachi Bey has raised our levels of consciousness to the right direction that this Moorish movement should go into, in the recovery of our lost Moorish sovereignty and restoring national principle unity concepts. All right. So one of the progress, particularly over the last 5 years in my working with Shem Malachi Bey, is that we are raising people's consciousness to the proper concepts of what this Moorish movement is in restoring national political unity. We have an upcoming conference on May 18th here in Philadelphia.
Got right into it.
So the upcoming conference that's on May 18th from 10:30 a.m. to midnight. So that's the flyer is pinned on my in the Eventbrite link is pinned on my Abdullah Bey's Facebook page. So looking, if y'all like I said, there's a cost is $125, and that includes the lunch and dinner as well as entertainment. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. So we've made progress in that way, and putting people on the right track.
$125 to come kick it. I'm going up on my prices. Registration going up. I'm too nice. Jabari, they say Jabari charging $4,500. We ain't even do 500. Yeah, I'm being too nice. We going up on registration. This is ridiculous.
Track.
Man, 19 keys headband costs more than the registration. This is ridiculous. I'm being too nice.
Of restoring or facilitating a national Moorish provincial governing body. We are also in facilitating the proper concepts, principles of national unity. So this case by case by case, by own individual case concepts, and not looking out for conscious Moors. I also was taught, sister, I was taught this, that our people have to be conscious in order for a conscious Moors to address the issues. I disagree. I never agree with that. I never agree with that. Our people don't have to be conscious in large numbers for our people, for a national body of Moors to address a human rights violation. Once again, black's not a nationality. That's a human rights violation. Black's not. Our people have a right to a name and nationality. Let's not address that, Moors, right now. Let's put that to the side. We can address the fact that black, Negro, color are not nationality, and that on that basis, we can be human rights defenders. We can be human rights defenders and address the fact of the constructive fraud in human rights and the dehumanization of our people. That's a black, Negro, colored, and putting that on documents is a dehumanization of our people. That's constructed fraud. We can come as human rights defenders and come from that perspective as well.
Okay, Nisha, you got it, baby.
I guess I need Moors for Dummies.
Oh, come on.
You did not say that.
She stay with the fly talk.
Freedom, switch the
No, I don't know. I said, and that, you know what? That's good. I might do that. I might do that. Moors for Dummies. Because that's a series. That was a series book. Yeah, Moors for Dummies. Yeah, huh? She's talking about basic lessons. Basic lessons.
Right. That's what she's talking about.
Yeah, so because I'm just looking at it as, okay, so this movement have been going on for a long time. So of course I've heard about it before YouTube. So it's been going on for a long time.
100 and something years, over 100 years, yes.
Right. So piggybacking off of Dot's question about the progress, if it's been going on for 150 years and we're still having these conversations over and over and over and over again about
come to Big Chief University.
Moors,
we only been here going on 4 years.
In the mindset, I don't see the progress on the street. I don't see the progress, period.
Come on,
so why do we
baby.
put so much? Why do some people put so much weight on the word more?
Because some people like myself, that means you're talking about me. All right. I'm among the some people that you're talking about, which is fine. The reason I put so much weight on our nationality more, because I know from my studies, as I said before, Article 1 of Article 15 of the United Nations Human Rights Proclamation reads, everyone has the right to a nationality. Or Principle 3 of the United Nations of the Declaration of the Rights of the Child, every child at birth has the right to a name and nationality. I know that black, Negro, colored, African American strips us of our estates and our inheritance. We won't be able to reclaim our lost estates and our land. It strips us of our Moorish treaty protections. I know that through studies. I know because of European because of the indoctrination that's been forced upon our people, that our people don't know that they're Moors. Because I love my people. Let me speak for myself, sister. I can only speak for myself right now.
Turn up.
I do it 31 years in, sister. Day and night. Because I love our people.
They go to
the research that I've done.
They go
to the work. Because I love the best answer that I can give you, sister. Because I love our people. There's no other greater answer that I can give you, because I love our people.
Okay. And I know you do, because I know you.
And I'm passionate, and she knows. In fact, Freedom, she knows me. She knows I'm ride and die. Ride or die.
So, okay. So, all right. Let me make sure, because, I've always been told that this is prior to me knowing any, my mom raised me up and she raised me up a Moor, but she also,
Mhm.
So my family have always been Indians too. So because I have knowledge of it all being the same, it never was a problem for me.
Mhm.
I said because I have knowledge growing up of it all being the same, and at different times, different times we were called different things. I had already knew what you are trying to convey to the people right now, that instead of us being called Black, we were just being called Moor at one time. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Mhm.
But what I'm trying to ask you right now is the people okay. So I won't be sounding like I'm tongue-tied here. We are really tribal people.
You doing fine.
We're really tribal people.
We really
And those labels that's
look
put
at
on
all the
top
gang
of
banging
the
out here. Hey, y'all
tribal
get the
people,
light
'cause
stuff,
we're
man.
tribal
Shut the
people.
video out.
And I believe
We've been in
that's the reason why my grandmother may have said, we are Indian, because of the tribal situation. I don't see at one time, I don't remember her ever saying anything about being a Moor. You see what I mean? All I remember her is saying Indian, So when the Moors thing came about, of course, that came through Felicity, my mom,
Mhm.
Sheena. Okay. So, and the way she taught me was that we're all the same. So if I continue on carrying what my grandmother said, that we're Indians,
Mhm.
and I know that the tribes that we come from in King William County, Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, I know I know the tribes that my family came from. So it's not a problem, is it? To
Uh,
say, well, I know that my family, because it's the same thing. In other words, is what you're
all right.
saying.
No,
But
it is a problem. It is a problem.
okay,
It
but
is a
what?
problem.
They don't
So
like
Okay,
let
the
let
me.
me
word
You
make
asked me
my
a question. So go ahead. Go ahead.
okay. Let me make sure my question is clear.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying? Okay, make it easy. Which one was first?
All right.
Indian. The
All right. Indian. Great
Moor.
Britain. Great Britain classified the Moors as Indians.
What
In
year?
the 1926 case, I'm gonna mention the case again. In the International
Uh-oh.
Court of
I
Justice.
don't know why they always
This is
bring
a
this up.
case that you can look up
This has been debunked.
between Great Britain on behalf of the Cagayan Nation versus the United States. An Indian, it was concluded
This has been debunked.
in that case in the International Court of Justice that an Indian is a British national, which means a subject of Great Britain.
Wow.
That's why I'm saying it is a problem.
But they was Britain before.
I'm giving you a
the
reference point,
Spanish,
so it's not you don't have
bro.
to say
They
Abdullah
knew.
said anything.
Mhm.
Bro, the
Okay.
Spanish.
All right, because
Stop it.
I know when we open up the floors for people to ask questions, they're going to ask questions. So that's the reason why I'm just trying to make it clear, because Taj was saying something about a pedigree.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
when he said that being a Moor is our pedigree, but the Indian and Black and Aboriginal and Indigenous and all that were labels that was put on us, but the Moor is the pedigree.
And indigenous and aboriginal are not labels.
Oh,
Indigenous, not those two. All right, I just want to just
okay. Indigenous and Aboriginal are not labels.
all right,
They're not
let
statuses.
all right. They're not indigenous. Just give you the etymology of indigenous.
Okay.
So you have indigenous, the root word G coming from the Greek as in Genesis. GN, that you see that root word in the word Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when you're using in Genesis, it's talking about producing the origin concept.
Okay.
So indigenous. Then you have aboriginal. Aboriginal, the ORI, the AB means from. The ORI, as in the word orient, means rise. GIN, which is a form of GN, as in the word Genesis, rising from the beginning. Rising from the beginning. So Aboriginals, the original people of the land, rising from the beginning. You also have autochthonous. Autochthonous, it means rising from the earth. Autochthonous. So autochthonous, Aboriginal, original, and indigenous. Those are not labels that was put on us. Those designate our ancient present to the land.
Okay, gotcha.
Native, autochthonous, Aboriginal, original, indigenous.
Okay. Just making sure I got this right now, because when I go back around, I'm going to ask that question that everybody's the African question. So I'm going to be quiet and let Dulcinea take the next question, because because I guess we can just go around again and then open the floor, because there's a couple brothers.
Yeah, we're gonna open the floor. I definitely want to open the floor. Yes, people.
A couple brothers I really would love to ask questions, because this is so you know. But I do understand exactly what you're saying. Just like we believe that black is like we have gotten so into the black thing that we feel like black is our pedigree. You see what I'm saying? It's like it has grown and has.
That's indoctrination. Got yours.
I do understand what you're saying, but we've been using it now for a while. And at one time, we probably thought the same thing about Negro. We probably thought the same thing about colored. But I'm still trying to figure out what's the difference when they was calling us Moors. I just don't see why it's a difference. But I guess you're saying it's a difference, but I just.
What you saying different? Well, I'm not understanding what you're saying, Freedom. So what's the difference?
Okay. The word more that's put on us, right? Who put that on us? I really don't see it. It seems like it's a status too.
All right. Let me.
Because if we were called our tribal names, right? I can understand that. And everything else was statuses that was put on us, right? What you're saying is
you
more
changing
is
the world,
not a status, because I guess
hold on, I want y'all to understand something, bro. Give y'all self a pat on the back, man, a hand clap, put a feather in your hat, man. BCU are changing the game, because once a person get to finding out, hold on, I have my own story, and a lot of these things people have came and gave me an identity, and back at home I learned something different, and now they're going back to their childhood, to what was given them at home. And so now a lot of this stuff that they was in and raised in or converted to, indoctrinated by, they are releasing the chains off their brains, man. And they want some understanding. Hold on, man. It don't seem right. Granny Bear say, man, we Indians. I can't go against. That's all I knew as a child. Let's walk.
It's used in legal stuff and on treaties.
Yes, it's used that more, meaning, and more is you see protection in the treaties. In the treaties in the 16, 17, 1800s, the treaty between Great Britain, the general treaty between Great Britain and Morocco in the 1856 treaty, you see a great deal of protection in those treaties. The other treaties in the 16, 1700s, you see protection, that Moors are protected in those treaties. And you also see power. You see political power. You see Moors in position of political power through those treaties, as well as through those letters. So you don't see political power with black or nigger or colored, but you see political power. Let's go to Europe for 700 years. Let's go to the 1491, the Treaty of Granada. The Treaty of Granada in 1491. In that treaty protects the personal rights of Moors. one of the articles in that treaties where Moors will be governed by Moorish law in that treaty.
So right here we have him admitting that the Moors are from Granada, right? So the people that came here and attacked us just so happened to come from Iberian and Granada. These were royal bloodlines come up out of there. I know them. I studied them well. Okay, and we showed yesterday they were part of taking the Mayans in 1848 to Cuba in the slave trade. No one ever talks about that. So when they celebrating these Granada and these Iberian and all these, I love it. Check. I love it. Cause they don't know what I got back here. Nah, nigga, I done made a key suit, nigga. They don't know. They ain't gonna see it coming.
Let's look at the treaties. Let's look at the protection that supports us. I'm saying the name Moor. The name Moor. The name Moor is in the Treaty of Granada. Not Spanish, not Indian, not black, not colored. The name Moor. The protection that the treaties provide us. The name Moor. The power. The power. I mean, the opposition of power in that name. I'm going to continue emphasizing that point. When people ask me questions, I'm going to emphasize that point over and over again.
Okay. Dustin?
Yes, please. So,
I want to
okay, and I want you to be as specific as possible when I ask this question, because I want to bring this.
Hey, get the likes up, family. Can y'all do me a favor?
And I know
likes up.
We're going,
and also share the video out on your Twitter, TikTok,
in 2024,
Instagram, Facebook group. Let people know that we actually
being identified as a Moor grants anyone.
All right, that once again, the 14. Let's go. No, sister, please. Let me answer the question. Sister. Let me answer the question. Sister, please. Let me answer the question, please.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
Because you're saying presence.
Give it to him.
But there are
no. Give it to him. Don't you give it to him?
I'm answering the question. Sister, I understand the question. Please, I understand the question very, very well.
All right, now think of two more ways.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna
go left or right.
The Europeans. Let me do this, sister. So I can understand where I'm coming from.
Without another way that you can.
The Europeans, the French,
the
Portuguese, the Spanish, the Swedish, the Dutch.
And give them
look to the past. They look to us they look to us. All right. The Europeans look to the past, sister, to learn how to run government. How did the Europeans learn how to run government from us? They look to the past. You have jurists to this very day, 2024 and 2024, international jurists will look to the past to deal with look at how disputes are settled. In the 1950 case, I'm not just beating around the bush. I got it. What I'm doing is emphasizing the value of looking to the past. The Sankofa. I'm coming from a Sankofa position, where the Sankofa bird. You're familiar with the Sankofa bird, where the head. For those who are listening to me, watching me, the head is positioned forward. The body is positioned forward, and the head is back. I'm coming from that perspective, from that looking back. I'm talking 2024, but the protections are in those treaties. Protections are in pre-existing sovereignty, a pre-existing power. The protections are there. This is why the Europeans classified us as black, Negro, colored, so that we will not look to the past and pull the protections. Reclaim. Our power to reclaim is in the knowledge of the past. The Europeans have looked to the past. The Pope, The Pope wear your stuff. The Pope wears your stuff, sister. That's your stuff. That's the mitre. The mitre. That's the white crown of Upper Egypt. The white sovereign crown of Upper Egypt. The head jet. They look to the past. The cross keys. The black with the Black Panther crossing his arms. That's the cross keys of Chaldea. That's the Coptic cross. That's the galactic cross. The Europeans have taken our culture, our rituals, our celebrations, our headdresses. They look to the past. They rule because they have knowledge of the past, of our culture, our ancestry, our philosophies, our rituals, our celebrations. I'm talking 2024. They maintain control because they do up to 2024 because they're operating on past knowledge, past philosophy.
I don't think you quite understood my question. So
no, I know I do. I'm not done, sister. I'm not done. I do want, sister. I do understand your question. Please, I do.
I told you, you got to get on. You asking get on the inside. You got to cut the ring.
What can we? The past. I'm playing that. The meaning the knowledge of that we're Moors. That there is protection. There's protection. Treaty.
See, when you take a half a step back, you can be looking the corner. You take a whole step back, you can go side to side. You know what I'm saying? Keep that jab out there though. You know what I'm saying? Just hold it there for range. But within that, you know what I'm saying, you can reset. If you're gonna come with that, you don't understand my question. And he said he do, and you already gave him the first one, and now you're gonna have to cut the ring off. And well, let me ask the question again. Respectfully. I'm going to ask you the question again just to make sure that that type of shit. You got to find a way on the inside. Don't let him get two in a row. Because now the judges are watching, goddamn. Now, get on the inside, cut them out.
Protections that would protect us, knowing that we're Moors. Those are past treaties.
And what I'm saying,
I'm talking about 2024.
Like, so let me ask you, as from your perspective of you being a war, like specific ways that it protects you, not just that there are protections. I want you to give us specific ways being a Moor protects you.
All right. There, as a governing body,
get the likes up, family. Get the likes.
You can argue the treaty protections through Moorish government structure. It works through government structure because the treaties can only be enforced through government structure. So with understanding the concept and position of a Moorish consul, that a Moorish consul is clothed with the power to represent the people in the foreign United States jurisdiction. So the protection holds when we are organized in government structure, where what we're working on doing is organizing. We have quite a few political bodies, of organizing a national Moorish political body, so that we can be a voice in the international community for unconscious Moors like yourself. I mean, I'm gonna speak for you, sister. We're gonna speak for you.
Come on,
we're gonna speak for you.
Those I need a jab
for unconscious Moors, as well as conscious Moors in the international community.
Give me some head movement, Dosey.
Addressing the human rights violation. We're gonna speak for you. We're going to address the human rights violation of the mass denationalization of our people being classified as black legal color. We're going to speak for you.
I need a jab in there.
You ain't got to be conscious that you're Moor. We still going to speak for you because black is not a nationality. That's a dehumanizing. That's a human rights violation.
Those up and down.
So we can address the human rights. We can come from a human rights defender perspective as well, and address the issue for millions of our people. That black is not a nationality. That's the dehumanizing of people. They have a right to their name and nationality. And the position is more effective when you organize in political structure. And that's what we're moving towards.
Come on, get in, jump right on them. You got to get Dosey. What you waiting on?
We will speak for y'all. We're going to speak for y'all.
Get in there, Dosey.
We gonna speak for y'all.
Those I need get in and get your offense out.
You know, but Brother Abdullah, I do hear the passion. I do respect that, right? But to put that on everybody. So, for example, like when I hear you speak, it's almost as if everywhere in the world, as long as you have a drop of melanin, that you're a Moor, right?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that's sort of like how it sounds, right? So,
But
like,
I'm not been clear. So I didn't say that though. So we can move on. We can pass that.
I apologize.
No, we can move past that because I didn't. I'm telling you that's not what I never said. Apply that. So we can. Yeah.
Not a problem. Not a problem. And when somebody asks me who do I identify as today, I am who my kinfolk are. Period. I'm my mama's daughter. I have a last name. I have a tribe. I know where my mama's mama grave sites are, right? I have culture within that, and I think that it's important to respect that. And I just want to just put that out there, because to some degree it can be a bit of like cultural appropriation, where I feel like we can pick and choose, right, pieces of the pie and what sounds nice, but how do we apply that in a day-to-day? What is the practicality on a day-to-day? We know what our babies are going through. Wait, I'm not done. We know what our babies go through when they walk out.
I mean, not doses, but dots. You gotta handle that. You gotta be a man.
You understand? But I feel like I am pretty clear about who I am.
You gotta let her know who's the boss.
How I identify, and I think it should be respected. That's one piece. Number two, though, is dang, you guys.
Just say it, Mom. It's okay.
I want to say thank you, because I think that anyone that I see standing on their square, right, regardless of how they identify, is a beautiful thing. And if your intentions are good, right, and you're doing it with a pure heart, I can do nothing but respect that as your sister. And I mean that genuinely. But I also must be very transparent in saying, and my sisters on this panel know this, and those in the chat who have been rocking with us for a while have heard me talk about that, just because we skin folk don't make us kinfolk.
Get them likes.
You understand? And sometimes I feel like this talk of everybody coming together under one paradigm, one doctrine, one ideology, however we want to remix that, is not realistic. That's how I feel. And I think that there is enough space in the world where we can rock in our own lane, right? As long as the intention is good, because we're not all the same. We're not all the same. We are too diverse of a people to be under one umbrella. And I just, it's like, I don't know. It confuses me. And when I hear those, we all got to come together, let's come together. And I just feel like that's a talking point. I don't think it's very realistic. But what I do think is amazing is you standing on your square as a Moor, and you saying, I've been doing work in my community and I've been doing X, Y, and Z. I can do nothing but respect that. Right. So I just want to put that out there and say salute to you on that, right? Because in my opinion, the difference between someone who gets to it and someone who just talks is that while, yeah, you can have theoretical knowledge and you can be you can articulate it and remix it and flex it, right? But if you're not applying it, in your real life practically, and it's not giving you results, we got to think of another way. I'm not saying that's for you. I'm speaking generally, right?
Now we got this, sis.
But I'm gonna land my plane there. I wanted to just, express that. I really did. So.
All right, sister. I think you clearly misunderstood me, sister. I'm gonna say this again, sister. We're going to represent you. Mm-hmm. I'm putting more to the side right now, sister. What I made the point. Black, Negro, color is not a nationality.
I get that.
Let me just stay there. Let's stay there right now. That's not just more right now. That's not just more. Let's not address more. Let's put more to the side right now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Black Negro, and colored and African American are not nationalities.
Correct.
Mhm.
We push for an argument, a human rights. That's a human rights violation for a governing body to place on documents Black, Negro, colored, and African American. That's a human rights violation. So I'm giving our people utmost respect by standing for them. I'm addressing the human rights violation of Black, Negro, colored, and African American. I emphasized that point several times of coming from a human rights perspective,
brother that said
a
bring the
position
homie on the panel.
of
I never heard of
addressing
him. So
a human rights issue against the United States.
Brother that's saying bring the brother on the panel. I never heard of him, family, but respectfully, since you asked me, I have no problem with it. So hit me up on IG or hit me up on my website, BigChiefUniversity.com, or hit me up on Legendary Topcatz on IG. And yeah, we'll set it up, man. Since you asked me, I'll do that for you.
States, that the United States had perpetrated for decades of placing on documents, meaning none of our people write Black down. None of our people write Black down. Negro, colored, African American. It's already on the documents.
Oh, gee, we passed it.
Nobody writes Black in. Nobody writes Negro in. It's on the document. It's in census. It's on hospital records. That's a human rights violation. Our people are not aware because they really think they're Black. So they're not raising. But when the issue is raised, when the issue is raised in the international community, I'm not talking United States courts. I'm talking the international community. Get the attention of the international community that these people have been violated.
This Abdullah
It's a
El
human
Bey.
rights violation to
OB.
classify them as Black, Negro, colored. They have a right to a name and nationality. What is their United States? What these people's nationality is then? Tell me United States.
American.
No, I'm not. No, I'm asking them. I'm asking. All right.
I know.
No,
but
I'm making a point. I'm just making a point.
I just came from out the country. They call me American.
I got you.
just have a question of why can't you go to the international court tomorrow since you have the Moor nationality, you have all the paperwork and documents that show the human rights violation. So what is stopping the Moors from going to international court tomorrow and going in front of the UN and getting our rights given back to us?
We got a conference coming up, sister. I'm busy preparing for a conference, May 18th conference. We got people come from several states. I'm coming for, all right? So we have an upcoming conference, May 18th. I've been busy since September preparing for this upcoming conference. We also started an advanced study group. We have over 100 members that are part of the advanced study group. All right. So that's there. So in reaching out and preparing for this upcoming conference that I talked about earlier, which is scheduled for May 18th. All right. So
I love y'all.
People on the panel, one person.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, baby.
But
I
please,
didn't know.
please
I'm sorry.
actually let just Nisha finish though. And I don't think she's asking you a question. She just want to finish and land her plane. Go
Right.
ahead.
all right, no problem.
It wasn't really necessarily a question to answer. It was really rhetorical. And
Okay.
that was just what it was. Because like I said, I just wanted to know after this 150-year movement that what is the progress of the land acquirement from the Moorish community. And if y'all still talking about it and haven't done it, then it's a problem somewhere. And it doesn't take everybody to be a part of this. It does not take, if your movement is strong and you know what you got all of this, you got all of that, you ready to go, it doesn't take everybody to be a part of it. Go ahead and do that work and show us what y'all doing. I'm done.
Okay.
That's fine, sister. Once again, I already explained what we got down the pike. That's all, sister. I'm not going to BS you. I'm not going to. I don't do that. I'm going to explain to you what we have down the pipe. I present to you what our position is. You presented your opinion, and I respect that. All right. We will continue to move forward. All right. We will speak for you. I will speak for you. We're not black, Negro, color, are not nationalities. They're not nationalities. And I will stand on that to my very dying death. Black, Negro, color is not a nationality. That's a human rights violation. I will speak to that for the millions of our people, even for you.
Okay. Wow. After that, let me make it clear. Us as a people ain't gonna go nowhere because we don't stand up for one thing. We're all over the place. I don't care if you call yourself an Indian, we don't all stick together on that. I don't care if you call yourself an Aboriginal, we don't all stick together on that. I don't care if you call yourself a Moor, we don't all stick together on that.
You call yourself
That's
BCU,
the reason
BCU
why we haven't gotten nowhere. With all of the knowledge that we have for all of the different things, we fight as a people on all of the
we
things.
all grown in order to know
and
better,
that's the reason why
better.
we haven't gotten nowhere. I don't care what you call yourself. We don't stick together.
And come on,
it's just simple as that.
I
So
agree,
we're saying all of this, but we don't.
I agree with her too. I agree with her too.
We're Hebrew Israelites.
I don't care what it is. We don't stick together.
With ketchup, with watermelons, with soccer balls, with baseballs.
I disagree.
I mean,
I disagree too. I really do.
I
Because I don't
Well,
go ahead. Other
I'm
people
not
in the
saying
chat
people
on
to
panel,
do.
so let them rock.
Yeah, but what do we need all of us to do? If I want to go
Okay,
get
wait a
land, I
minute.
don't need any of
Wait
y'all
a
to
minute.
go get land.
Okay,
I
I'm gonna
just wanna
answer
go
the
get
question.
land. What do
I'm
I
gonna answer
need?
the
I'm saying
question.
it's the freedom. What do we need all of us to agree on to
Right.
do? What is the thing that
Okay.
we need everybody on one accord to do?
I agree.
Every other race sticks together and they succeed.
But they don't.
Wait a minute.
They don't.
But they don't.
But they do.
They don't stick together.
Name
They
a
just don't.
person.
They just don't
Or
attack
name a
each
group.
other.
Chinese people don't
They
stick
just
together.
don't attack each other. They don't stick together, but they don't attack each other. They're more neutral with each other.
Okay, even if you want to say it like that. If they don't stick together and they don't fight each other,
they also weren't picked up, put on ships, hit dumb, deaf, and blind over the head, and took from everything that they knew.
It's my
We
turn.
gotta realize why we don't know who we are.
It's my turn.
Calm down, y'all.
And when it comes your turn, you can. Okay, because I haven't even asked them. We haven't even gotten to that yet. All I'm saying is, to me, if we all said that we are from America, I'm just giving this as an example, and that we are tribal people, and we came under the name Indian, and we fighting for a something, because we know that they owe us no matter how. I don't care where you're from, they owe us. They're not going to give us anything if we don't stand together. How we gonna fight when we all fighting each other? We ain't got time to fight nobody else because we all fighting each other.
Big old grown men.
That's what I'm saying.
Sit down and have a conversation.
We don't fight together for our brothers. We don't fight together for our sisters. We don't fight together
Chiefs
for
and not enough Indians.
That's why I bring up the fact that at first I didn't hear anything about being called a Moor. That came later on in my life. But even knowing that my grandmother said we're Indians and all this here kind of stuff, everybody wasn't saying it. I guess this is the age of Aquarius and the age of information. All this is going to come out and we're going to all learn. We've been trying to find out and fighting for. Listen, we're fighting for our rights. That's what we're fighting for. The same thing we've been fighting for years, our rights. And we ain't gonna never get them because we keep fighting each other.
Anton, let's hear what you have to say. I know Sankofa, I don't know who came up first, but we got a full panel.
I came in last,
hey,
so I'm
you
going last.
go ahead.
No, wait a minute.
I'm gonna wait for last.
Okay, well, I'm gonna.
I was here first, actually.
They gonna try to bring me in.
They
gonna try to bring me in.
Yeah, I was actually here first. So this is my question for the Moorish. Morris.
Nah, y'all good. Y'all
Hey,
good.
I'll say,
Tom. I didn't know you was on the panel.
Yeah,
Go ahead, legit. My bad.
yeah, you cool. I'll be respectful because I know y'all like to refer to each other as brother. So I'm gonna be respectful and refer to you as brother, okay? But my question is this: there seems to be this arrogance with people who tend to either up front or later on be found out to not actually be of us as this group of people, indigenous to this land, foreigners, or whatever you want to call them, right? And because there's always this arrogance they seem to have that quote unquote black people, Indians, whatever you want to label yourself, need your help. It's very insulting as a grown man to hear other grown men and women that I've never met in my life on public forums talking about who they gonna speak for. Man, don't ever in your natural born life say that to me in person, because we're gonna have real problems. Bro, I'm grown.
Let's not do that.
And it's
bro.
insulting.
Come on, man.
To go around claiming to speak for me. You haven't asked people, what do you want me to say? You haven't asked anyone in the community, what do you need me to say? That means you have an agenda, and it don't reflect the people that you pandering or asking for their support. So my question is this: whatever this thing is that you're promoting to these people, is it top down or is it built from the bottom up?
I'm going to say this again, brother. I will speak. I will address the international community. I will address the human rights violation of our people being classified as Negro, color, black. They're not nationalities. I will address that for the millions of our people. I will do that. I'm standing firm on that. I am not backing for no one. I will stand in the face. We will organize and we will address the issue of the centuries of human rights violation and mass denationalization of our people being classified as black, Negro, colored, and African American. They are not nationalities. That's dehumanizing, and they stripped us of our nationality. They stripped us of our right. They stripped us of our inheritance. I will speak for all our people, and I will address the issue of the mass denationalization of our people. I will not back down for no one.
So the question was top down or bottom up?
We are facilitating political legitimacy. Political legitimacy is a term. Let me answer the question, brother. Let me answer the question, brother.
One of the sisters asked a question about what I asked, bro. I'm clarifying so she understands what we're talking about.
Let me answer the question, brother.
Yeah, I don't do all this.
Well, she don't understand what you're talking about,
brother,
so let me
finish.
I had this open. I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry. I just was saying what this top, up, and bottom, and all that kind of stuff means.
Any organization, company.
Will it start at the top and work its way down, or is it?
I understand the question. I understand the question.
No, Sister Freedom didn't understand.
All right, yes. All right, I understand the question. All right. It is start the top, the bottom, in facilitating political legitimacy, the consent of the people. Where you do it by you do community outreach and education, and you bring the people and help them to organize in government structure.
Is it top or is it bottom?
So you start with the political. You start with community outreach. The problem has been with conscious Moors is that they've been cliquish. There's some conscious Moor I have criticized openly. I'll criticize tonight. I have criticized some conscious Moors openly. I'm doing it right now. The problem that I've had for 30 years with some conscious Moors is that they're too doggone cliquish. They don't do community outreach. They're cliquish, they're selfish. This is what I was talking about, these individual upon individual cases. They say F y'all. They will say F conscious Moors. I have heard conscious Moors. I have heard some conscious Moors say F those unconscious Moors. I've heard that.
Brother, I'm
And
really being patient.
I have no. Let me. No, I'm saying is that. But I'm saying. But no, let me finish, brother. So I have
It's
openly,
long, though. It's
brother. Let me
long.
finish,
Wait,
brother.
legit,
Let
legit.
brother.
Please,
Let
bro,
me
just let him
finish,
finish.
brother. Let me finish. Like I didn't know I was on a timer.
Man, y'all let me ask
So
my
This
I'm
is
like,
question.
your
so making my
this is your
position
platform,
of.
brother. This your platform, brother. Go ahead, take your time.
All right. So I'm making my position on what I've been doing for 30 years in the position, the stance that I've taken, even criticizing conscious Moors. They've been too clickers and have not done extent outreach. And that's the problem I've had with conscious. I have been with unconscious Moors and worked with unconscious Moors over a 30-year period.
Yeah, but we not more.
So we're facilitating
You doing this
from reaching out to the people in the communities. So on our advanced study group, we have quite a few members of the Moroccan Post School of Government International Law Advanced Study Group of those who do community outreach. They have their platforms, and we have been working with them to expand, to increase their knowledge, to strengthen their outreach and platforms. So we're about facilitating political legitimacy. That is a term used in political science of facilitating the formation of the consent and free will of the people. When you're talking government, you're talking the consent and will of the people. And we push that. We teach those principles. There are some conscious Moors.
Do I call time? What do I say, y'all? Do I call
No,
time?
you
What
can't
kind?
call time or anything.
Because I asked the question and he's getting way off topic.
I
That wasn't the
know,
purpose
legit.
of
I
it.
know, legit. But you just gotta let him
You
finish.
gotta learn how to ask a better question, bro.
So there are some there. So the point. So I have facilitated. I explained so that reaching community outreach. If you talk in community outreach, you start from what? The bottom. The bottom, because that's community outreach. So I'm explaining. I am specifically giving you and explaining bottom. The bottom is community outreach, facilitating and educating the community, going into community, dealing with people who have outreach, dealing with people who have platforms that reach the community. So you deal with the bottom community and deal with the facilitating of the free will and consent of the people through large scale community outreach.
Next.
Okay. So all that to answer the question. So I get that whatever this thing is that you're promoting, building is built bottom up. The problem I have, like the more in the chat who said I was dumb for asking that question, is apparently y'all don't understand that some of us are already experienced in building business entities, structures, and other things. So
don't say y'all. Don't say y'all.
I'll hold up, my dude. Don't do that. I was respectful. So let's do it both ways. All right. So the fact of the matter is, the problem that y'all don't seem to understand with your arrogant asses is that if we put you on top and promote you as some kind of spokesman for us, we're going to end up under your authority when it's built, like we keep ending up. And ain't nobody dumb. We can see that a mile away. That's what happened with every other movement and every other thing we've done in this country. Whether it be civil rights, a rainbow coalition, a political party, the people you claim to be doing this for end up beneath you and subservient to you while you move through the upper echelons and privilege of culture and you never look back. It's a no-go.
All right, thank you, brother. Next caller.
All right.
Well, brother, do not direct somebody in the chat. What I'm saying is, if you want, be respectful to me.
No, he proved my point before I spoke on it.
Brother, be respectful to me and don't associate somebody's comment in the chat to me. That's all. I don't have a problem with you addressing a comment in the chat, but don't associate that comment to me. Don't say y'all. Say the person in the chat, but don't associate that comment to me. That's unfair.
You started out claiming that you were gonna.
You already had your question.
Yeah,
I ain't
It's the
tried to
next
go
person.
through all
Come on,
that.
come on, come on.
Thank
I'm
you,
paying
Latoya.
my
Come on. Let's
Straight
move.
smoke.
Let's move
Straight
around.
smoke's been waiting for a minute. Go ahead, straight smoke.
Yeah,
Get it
let's
in,
move
please.
around.
Thank you so much, Unscrambled Minds. Peace to you, brother. Thank you so much for coming on here. I salute you for
Thank
that,
you. Peace, brother.
as always. But I will yield my time
Hey, y'all get the likes,
if
sir.
Legendary Topcatz will go.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nah,
Thank
man.
you so much.
Boy.
Sankofa's like, yo,
I
what's up with
wouldn't
me?
really-
I'm in.
Are you there?
Why?
Legendary Topcatz.
I say
Sit
this
back
here.
down.
Peace to everybody.
Bye.
Peace to the beautiful queens. Peace to the elder Abdullah Bey. But it was people in front of me, so I'm gonna be respectful and let them go.
Sankofa was waiting. He was.
Who?
Well, he left.
Sankofa was
left,
waiting
and
for
I
Go
me.
think
ahead. Go ahead,
Everybody
Go ahead,
else is
Topcatz.
Top.
gonna
Straight.
say
Oh,
something.
you
But
know,
wait a
he
minute.
got,
The reason why he
Okay.
said that,
yeah, he
the
acting
reason
real
why,
light skinned. He done jumped off and got an
Poor
attitude. Mac and
no,
good.
Dr.
He mad. Him
Sankofa,
mad
come
bald.
back. Come
No,
back.
Straight Smoke said that he was
Aw.
giving Topcatz
Yeah.
his time. That's why I said,
Yeah,
go
straight
ahead.
smoke yielded his time,
All right.
Topcatz. So
Nah,
you
it's
gotta
cool,
take
big
it.
homie. Appreciate that love though. But you go ahead because I have a few questions, so I'll let you jump in.
Okay.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
so let's do it like this. Because
Lucci.
my thing is, I'm gonna come at a different angle. I'm gonna be real quick because I'm
Look
gonna come
at
at a
it. Talking
different
about
angle.
he
Then I'll
can't do
come
the
back
nigga
around later.
shit. Hold on.
Because
One second. Because the brother saying Kofa is too pale to be talking about the NIGGA.
We're not gonna do that. Come
Yeah,
on, be nice.
he down there saying that you need to cut it out, saying Kofa.
Sankofa, come on back up here and stop.
This ain't the 80s. Light skinned
I'm
niggas
play
ain't
on your
in.
phone
You
if
need
you
to
don't come
stop.
back. All right, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's move along.
All right, yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
come on.
straight.
All right. So, okay, my thing is this. And
Yeah,
I
y'all
like
know
what
we
the
gonna
brother
fire him
Queens
up,
was
nigga.
saying
Pan African
about
out there. Yeah, we tripping.
representation,
Big
right?
Indian.
So
We take off on Pan
my
African.
first question is this gonna be a
Yeah.
class action suit?
Square business, nigga. I see a op, nigga. I'm finna jump on him. I'm gonna get him.
Can you hear
And
me?
dealing, looking at the,
I said
you
yes or
have,
no
you have,
question, brother. I got other
I'm
questions.
firing
Yes or
off
no?
on him.
all right, brother. We're brother. Let me answer the question, brother.
No, I said, is
No,
this gonna be a class action suit?
brother.
I said yes or
No,
no
we're
question.
not going to address it in the United States courts. So
Hey,
no,
yeah,
we will
we on
not
the next
address
channel
the
to do it.
issue in United States courts.
Yeah.
United States
I'm
courts
not
do
talking
not have.
about. I'm not talking about that.
So
Listen.
no, because you
They
don't.
got me
No, it won't
sitting
be
in the
because you
panel
don't.
with a
That
pen.
would be in United States
take
courts.
off on
It
him.
would be
No.
based on human rights violations
Hold on,
and
brother.
the human.
I get that.
I'm tripping.
So
Hold on. Slow down.
no. I'm
It's
answering
wild.
no,
I'm using the
and I'm
popular
saying it
term.
because
Look, okay. Let me
I'm
help
answering
you
the
out.
question. I said no 5 times.
Slow down.
Anton, just let him
Okay.
answer, please.
No, because he's jumping out there like that.
I said
wanna keep it
no
cool and
5
slow.
times. I
So
said
what I'm
no
saying
5
is the reason
times,
why
and
I
I'm
use
explaining.
class action
Question,
suit.
Anton, is there another question?
Another question.
He didn't.
Next
No, he
question.
didn't.
Next question. Let's go to the next
He
question.
didn't. He
Okay,
didn't.
Next
Anton,
question.
do you have another question, honey?
Next
Come on,
question.
man. Y'all gotta calm down, man. Y'all gotta relax here.
No.
Yes,
Okay.
please. All I'm
Next,
saying is
brother. What's your next question, brother?
the reason
Next
why I
question,
said
brother.
the reason why I said class action suit is that you're going to be involving all of the people. There's going to be other names. There's going to be other things that's going to be attached to that where they could bring their affidavits or any of their type of testimony, any things that we got going on.
Brother, what's
That's
your
why
next
I asked
question,
that
brother?
question.
What's your next question, brother?
I asked you a question.
No, what's the next question?
Wait a minute,
So
Abdullah,
you're
did you
saying
understand
as
this
far
question?
as with the
No,
we're
because
not
you know
getting clarity
he
No, I
he
because
just
had.
the
asked him a
United
question. I
Nations. One
expounded.
second,
But that's what I was
the
trying
United
to
Nations
say.
does accept class action suits. So
But
are you saying with the suit against the
This is what
United
I'm saying.
Nations, you will not have testimonials?
no.
You will not have people representing other than like the lawyer or representing the argument. Is that what
I
you're
know.
saying?
Oh no, one.
Hello.
He asked me a
Hello.
closed-ended question.
Hello.
So I was going to. He was asking me a closed-ended question, yes or no, and I was explaining, and he said answer the question. So I said no, and then I said next question then, because that's a closed-ended question. So the closed-ended question required it said yes or no. So I was off the point. I was off the mark
Been off.
because I went to explaining And because he stopped me from explaining,
This
I
has
just
been
said no,
horrible, y'all.
because that's just because I answered his question, and I said, "What's the next question?"
This has been bad.
Exactly. And Dulcinea and Freedom, the only reason why I expounded on
I want to go last because I'm gonna tell them not to interrupt me. I don't need no interruption.
Started
You feel me?
explaining to, because I was going
So
to
when
get to
I
that.
go, I
So if
need
he's
everybody
not
to
bringing a
step
class
back.
action
You feel
suit,
me? Y'all pull these
then
chairs.
who
Get
are the
these chairs and
people
tables back real quick. You
that
feel
you
me?
are
I don't need
so-called bringing this suit
nobody
on
in the
behalf
back.
of? Because
No
if you're
back
talking about
doors. I don't need
titles
nobody to come back door.
and
No
all these
crazy
different
nothing.
type of
Just y'all
things,
just
these
get out the way
bywords
real
and all
quick.
this other type of stuff, where do we come into the picture? Because that's not us. You already made it clear that it's not us.
Right.
So if you're bringing that to the table and you're not bringing anybody in there, let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that's sitting right here, ain't bringing no affidavits, no depositions, no anything, and no testimony of what has it affected them, then who are you doing this, and what and in whose interest are you doing this for?
Right.
We are going to have to do it, Abdullah.
All right. What's that?
Shout out to O.
I said we are going to have to do it exactly the way
No.
Anton. We have to bring us a suit in order to get anything, in order even to get our land, anything.
I'm agreeing with that. He said class action. He didn't. He said class action.
Man, get
But
off
a
that,
person.
man.
He's
No.
right.
Let me. Hold on. Let me. I was trying to. I was attempting to explain it. That's what I'm saying. So let me explain.
I got my arm on. I'm
That's
ready
what I was
to get in
attempting
here.
to do.
Y'all gonna take care of y'all business.
All right.
I'm ready to get in
No,
there.
I'm good. I'm good.
So when you're talking about the United Nations, you have to be of a nation. They hear suits from a nation. So what I was explaining is that we in forming a provisional body, because to form a permanent government, you need the millions of our people to form a permanent government. You cannot form any permanent if you're not have what's called a plebiscite, where you're millions of people. But I was saying, in steps to permanent, you can facilitate a provisional governing body, whereby you don't need the millions of our people, where you can facilitate, where you have a body of people that will deal with it. You have 25 different body politics that form into a governing body structure that would be a voice for our people in a provisional. And in a provisional structure, it will be written out that this provisional governing body will be formed for a year or two. And in doing that, and written out that we will be moved to a permanent government structure, and facilitating the large community outreach of our people with a budget and methodology of reaching out to our people to move to permanent government structure. I was explaining the process. So that's what I'm saying. So
I got you.
You understand?
I
do think
I
that.
got
so
you.
then I wasn't.
I got you.
Right, but
Look, let's double
boy, they'll smother your work, boy.
Let's double dutch it real quick, because I already know where you at. You know what I'm saying? That's the answer I was expecting.
Yeah, man. Drop that shoulder, put that shoulder in the chest,
Here's the
chin
bottom
down,
line.
that shoulder in the chest.
Bottom line is that from that point in time, like, people over here ain't Moors. So if the Moors bring this claim to the international community, then basically at the end of the day, in order to get whatever we need to get, reparations or any type of Indian funds from the BIA or anything like that, we got to sign up, right?
The question is, Anton, do they consider you? And that's the question that I was always wondering, because in talking to my mom, they seem like, to me, that they accept those ones that look like, the other people.
But
here's
what he's asking though is because, like, when the Jewish got the reparations and it was given to them, as far as it was given to Israel, and then it was given to some of the diaspora, but mostly it was given to Israel to divide. So when the Moors come and get it, and the Moors are given this lump sum or whatever they're given, are they going to be the ones that divvy it out? do people have to sign up under them to
I
be
don't think
enforced
that's what
to
he
get a
meant.
piece
I don't
of
think
it?
that's what he
Or
meant, but
how
we
is
can
it
go
going to
with
be
That's what he
divided
just
out?
said.
That's what,
That is just what
No,
he
I'm
said.
talking about Anton. I wasn't talking about
Brother Abdullah, I have a
No, no,
question.
no, no. That's what.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
real
Kind of.
quick.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was asking. Yes.
Oh, it is?
Anton,
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Hey,
that's
y'all
what
Brother
he
get the
said.
likes
Abdullah,
up. Get the likes up,
Okay,
man.
Brother
Y'all
okay.
looking
Abdullah, I
weak
have a
on the
question,
likes.
you know.
Because
Hey,
real
match
quick,
the
y'all,
views
and
with
this
the
is my
likes,
last one,
family.
and
What's
I'm
going
gonna land
on,
real
man?
quick
Keep it
because
real,
we
Hold on,
man.
leading
Anton.
up to
Anton,
something.
1 second, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Anton,
Yes,
1
ma'am.
second. Brother
Man, we
Abdullah,
looking
real
weak
quick.
on the likes, man. We 30 likes short, man.
So to Dosie's point, when
Alpha,
she mentioned the
alpha.
Jews as an
Jamie,
example,
Jamie.
you know what I mean, and the restitution that they got, or the reparations, or what have you. So when you go to this international body politic, what nations, who are the people that you're going to be charging with these crimes against humanity for the Moors? Because that's what you said, you know, what's going to be your
Yes,
So we
crime.
got
Spain,
claims on the
Spain,
Moors owe us
Spain,
reparations.
France, England/Great Britain, the Netherlands, and the Dutch Republic. Those who have a hand, the European dealing with colonization of our land and the mass denationalization of people, where Spain classifying our people as Negroes, Great Britain classifying our people as Indians, you know, France classifying our people as Noir and applying the Code Noir in 1724. And also of 1724, and also in the Caribbean of 1694. All right, so dealing with Great Britain classifying our people as Indians, being details in those classifications that those are human rights violation, and strip the Moors of their pedigree, of their birthright protection, of their treaty protection, and that speaking for our people, dealing with that those are not nationalities, that our people have a right to a name and nationality. What is their nationality? Just that. What is their nationality? That because black, nigger, colored, and Indian are not it.
And I agree
Hebrew
with you on
Israelites.
that. Peace to you, Elder. This is legendary Topcatz. I agree to you that those are not our nationalities. Actually, in 2017, Obama took Negro out of law, and they classified it as Black/African American. When you look up the definition of Africa, it tells you any person that's coming from any country in the continent of Africa. My question to you, I heard you speak about the Treaty of Grenada for protection. Is there any other treaties outside the Sundry 1790 Sundry Act and the Peace and Friendship Treaty? Were there any treaties of Moors signed here in the Americas?
You have the 1856 treaty, general treaty between Great Britain and the United States, because those treaties also protect.
No, I mean the
deal
Moors.
with
I mean the
no,
Moors.
let me
Yes,
answer
sir.
the question, brother. I'm answering the question.
Yes, sir.
All right, in the treaties, brother, you read wherever the Moorish dominions are or British dominions are. So wherever the dominions are, the British subjects were protected. Whatever the dominion are, the Moors will be protected.
Okay.
So because the Moorish Empire was with
I think you'll bring great clarification if I can ask
all right,
you a question. I
all
think
right.
we would have to. Can you please identify the Moors for us? Where are the Moors origins coming from?
All right. Today, because of European mass denationalization, Moors have been classified as Indian, Black,
Yes, sir. I understand that.
Negro.
But where are they origins? Where they
All right.
first existing? Where they Aboriginal, indigenous to?
Where you were born and raised? Where you were born and raised?
I'm in America. I'm a coincided Indian. My family were chiefs.
Where you were born and raised? North, Central, South America.
Okay.
North America, Central America, and South America.
Okay, appreciate that answer. My next question would be, can we find more in the Constitution? Because I remember you taught that Moors started and created the Constitution.
All right. That I love it. I love it.
I love you.
I love it. I know. Let me all right, let me answer that. Let me address that. You're going back 5 years ago. I did teach that. I did. That's in my book.
Yes, sir.
That what you just said is in Moors and Masonry Part 1. That's a misconception that I taught for 25 years. I have admitted that countless times. I'm saying tonight, I did teach for 25 years that we the people of the United States in that preamble are the Moors. I did teach that. I was in error. That was a misconception. I am man enough.
Yes, sir.
I have said it 100 times. I'll say it 1,000 times more. I did teach that. That's on tape. He got me on tape. That's on tape. It's in my book. That's a misconception. I have evidence to prove otherwise. Moors are not part and parcel of the United States. Moors are not we the people in the preamble of the United States Constitution. Moors are not the founders of the United States Constitution. All right. I did teach that though. That was a misconception that was taught to me, that I had taught to thousands of people, and I've gone to bed crying it. I have cried because I taught that misconception to thousands of people for 25 years, and I have cried and cried about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand. Let me ask you.
I'm being upfront, man. I'm not.
I respect that. No, that's a real man, and that's a real man, and it's honorable. And I learned a lot of things from you. So I appreciate that. My next question would be, if Moor is our true nationality and it protects us, why haven't we never seen more on the census? So we had the first census 1790. That same year we had the 1790 Sundries Act, which protected Moors, that a group of Moors that came from another place and came to Americas, and that treaty was signed to back up the 1787 peace.
All right, let me answer that. You don't want more on the census, on the United States census. Let me explain. You don't want to push for more because that would subjugate us. That was stripped us. That was waive our more sovereignty. To have more on a United States census was stripped. We need more on a Moorish census and Moorish government structure. You don't want more on a United States census. That will strip us of our inherent power. That will waive our Moorish sovereignty.
Okay, that's a great answer. Okay, so that will lead me into, so the United States had treaties from 1778 all the way to the 1860s. My question would be, why we never saw a Moorish treaty through any of the Indian wars or the United States expansion? They were always signed through Indian chiefdom governments, and we never seen the word Moor in these treaties.
All right, good question.
Yes, sir.
That's part of the cover up that I've talked about before you came on. That is part of the cover up of stripping the Moors of their nationality, bearing the Moorish nationality. Once again, Great Britain classified the Moors as Indians. In the you missed this because you were in the 1926 case in the International Court of Justice between Great Britain on behalf of the Cayuga Nation versus the United States. An Indian is a British national. So I don't want to be classified as a subject of Great Britain.
Come through the Spanish first. Indian would have been through the Spanish first, though. Correct?
No, Great Britain, Spanish. Moors were classified as Spanish. Spain classified the Moors as Spanish and Negro. Great Britain classified the Moors as Indians.
Okay. I want to ask a question. I was here, and I'm the guy that spoke with Taj last week. One of the questions, Taj stood firm on pedigree, bloodline. That's what I teach here as American Indian, not his story, but knowing your story. So we're not historians, we're our historians. We want to know our story. So our methodology is to trace our genealogy back further as we can go. And that's how we find our nation and who our family told us that we were. My question would be, the first Moor in history, the first Moor over to the Americas was Estevanico the Moor, who landed here in Texas, where I'm from, Galveston Island. And they depict him with a fez on as a melanated person and as a black conquistador. And so my question would be, did the Moors, if we were the same as the Moors, why the Moors that left the Iberian Peninsula, Andalusia, come here and help enslave so later became the Spanish? Why did they come here and help enslave and the indigenous populations in America if we were the same?
The indigenous population are Moors. So feeling the Moors did enslave the Moors. Moors enslaved Moors and Moors enslaved Europeans. Absolutely.
Okay, well,
we enslaved Moors.
My knowledge.
So, all right. You asked why, because you're asking why. So I can't. You're asking, speaking why. You didn't ask did. So the why or why did the Moors enslave their own people? All right, commerce. Just like we enslaved, that's
Trade,
like
yeah,
enslaving
trade.
Europeans. The reason why we enslaved Europeans was the same reason why we enslaved our own people, for commerce.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Okay, you said the Moors, the origins of the Moors would be here in Americas. Noble Drew Ali in the Circle 7 Quran, when we opened it up on the first page, said the Moors got the right through the Egyptians, and then the Moors left out of North Africa into the Iberian Peninsula. We also go into the HR 75, Georgia, 1933, and it states that the Moors also left Egypt, North Africa, and finally found their home here in Pennsylvania. So all of these sources that's coming from the United States, even in law, are saying that the Moors are coming from a different place. Now, when we look in history, I see the Moors starting with the rise of Islam. And the reason why I say that, because it's directly attached to the Prophet Muhammad.
Mhm.
The Prophet Muhammad, his wife, the girl that they said was a young girl, well, her father Abu Bakr, he would take over after Prophet Muhammad died. But you had Prophet Muhammad cousin or nephew, who Ali, who also felt like the bloodline comes through the family, so they should have reign. So this started a Moorish war in the separation. So we do see different caliphates and different Moors and Berber tribes. And Taj agreed with me that if
Mhm.
you were to be a Moor, then you would have to come from one of those bloodlines, because the primary source would be the people, and people use the term more loosely and overly generalize it and imply that everyone with dark skin, but it actually would be a pedigree or a bloodline. Like Brother Ty said, I agree with him on that. So I want to ask you, do you come from any one of these Berber Moorish nations, whether it be the Almohad, whether it be the Ottomans, whether it be the Almoravids, or any of these nations?
All right, those are dynasties. Those are Moorish dynasties that ruled Europe for about 800 years. You know, there are the
Well, these
Umayyad,
actually
the
started in
Abbasid.
Africa, right? You have them starting in Senegal. I had a Moor starting in Senegal.
Yeah, in North
Oh,
Africa as well as
right,
West Africa. Yes, yes, yes,
yes, sir.
absolutely.
So
You
if
talk. So you
we
talk
see them
about.
starting there,
So now you're supporting what I'm saying earlier before you came on about the vast Moorish power and re-examining this transatlantic slave trade and making the Moorish connection. You're supporting what I was saying earlier about the Moorish power and the Moorish connection, and the importance of making that Moorish connection,
okay, with this
and how
Moorish
that
power,
Moorish
would you be
connection, the
referring to
power,
the
has
empire?
been systematically covered up.
Yes, sir. Would you be referring to the Moorish Empire that you often spoke about?
Yes, yes.
Okay, with this Moorish Empire, can we name an emperor in history that ruled this Moorish Empire?
Ahmed Murad.
Uh,
Ahmed Murad, in the late 1500s and early 1600s, who
okay,
negotiated with Queen Elizabeth, who negotiated the treaty, the 1580 commercial agreement.
Spanish Armada. I'm familiar. So after her sister Queen Anne, after their situation, what she did right the Sultan of Morocco, which is who you're speaking of, and
Yes.
she took
Mhm.
out for help. Now they were taken out by Charles V, and that would be the Ottoman Empire. They would be the last of the Moors to fall, and they would fall to Charles V. So within that, I don't see an empire. I don't see them having an empire or any reign here in the Americas, because at that time, the indigenous nations, even first contact tribes in the inland, especially the Indian nations like my nation, we wasn't even touched by. We didn't have any contact with any European nations or any of the things that was taking place.
All right. I said this
Come
earlier,
on.
and you weren't before you came on, that in 13 South America and Latin, South America and Central America countries, there's a Moorish Fez, in Haiti, Cuba, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and six or seven others. You'll see the Moorish Fez in the coat of arms of 13 or 14 coat of arms. You'll see that. Also, you'll see Mas. You'll see Mas in certain Central America countries as well. So this has been, the Moorish connection has been covered up and buried.
Okay, yes, sir. I agree with that. So when 1493, when the Moors were expelled from Spain, they went to one of the places that they went was I-80. They participated. We have people like Juan Garrido. I brought up Estevanico the Moor earlier. These people are called Black Conquistadors, and they're known as Moors in history. We see them coming with De Soto. We see them coming over with Cortez. We see them taking these expeditions, coming here from the Iberian. We also see the Iberians in 1848 and coming out of Grenada and Iberia and actually enslaved the Mayans and sent them in a slave trade to Cuba in 1848 to work the sugar plantation. These people were identified as Moors in history. And so, but the people that they were enslaving and fighting against, well, they had their own names, such as the Zaki Mayans. They had their own nations and chiefdoms who've been here, and they don't practice the same cultural traits as them. And so I don't see what the connection is, but you're elder and maybe you can explain it better.
All right, I mentioned the coat of arms. I mentioned the coat of the fez,
Yes,
the
sir.
Moorish fez, and the coat of arms.
Yes, sir. But wouldn't that be a European? Coats of arms come from Europe. We're gonna be honest.
No, all right. Coat of arms do not come from Europeans. All right. Moors, if you're talking about the Moor, you're talking about various Moorish kings and queens, Moorish saints. Saint Maurice. Saint Maurice was Wesley Snipes' complexion. He's the patron saint of entire country, Germany. So you have these. So what Michelangelo was commissioned to Europeanize images. So we get in the textbooks is a Europeanization,
yes, sir,
of saints and dukes and earls and popes. And so we draw conclusions based off the distorted history.
Well, no, sir, OG. Before I don't mean to break your wisdom, let you jump back in there, but I also want to throw in Charles Cromwell. Charles Cromwell had a huge part during the Reformations. They helped destroy a lot of the sculptures, the Black Madonnas that were here, and all of these different sites. During the French Revolution as well, they took down a lot of the Black Madonnas and a lot of these sites that showed that these murals that did show that the people looked at like us. So I agree with that.
Sankofa, go ahead. You've been light skinned Sankofa. Go ahead. You've been waiting a while.
White boy Sankofa.
Tony Moore. Hey, Tony Moore.
Call that boy Tony Moore.
Okay, you guys gonna say Sankofa, but everybody else gonna talk. Let's not do that.
No, come on, Tony Moore.
Now, come on.
Stop acting Tony.
I just get, bro. Topcatz, bro. Until you can produce a
oh my God!
Stay focused, brother.
Oh
we have an
goodness,
elder here. We have an elder here. We have an elder here.
That man
This is the
tentative.
nigga shit I was talking
Y'all
about.
be nice. Let him talk.
That
My
man tentative.
goodness. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. Y'all been talking all
Yeah,
this
he
stuff.
crying like a little old.
You tentative, man.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think y'all from
goodness.
saying
Y'all
that.
can stay
Nigga,
sensitive,
don't
say
look at
whatever
me.
you want. I just want to be able to speak
Yeah,
without
don't look
people
at me,
speaking
nigga.
over
I'm
me.
tripping.
Damn, niggas.
Yeah, I'm tripping. Don't look
You
at
all right,
me.
man.
Yeah,
Give him a
Okay,
hug, Freedom. Freedom, can you
so-
hug him?
So this is what I have to ask. I just wanted to ask few questions,
Yes,
simple, and
no,
then
do
be
your
done.
thing.
My
Go
first
ahead.
question. My first
Yeah.
question that I have for the brother Abdullah, because being in the conscious community, I'm confused between the Moors, the Hebrew Israelites, the indigenous Native Americans. Everybody's telling us we're this, we're that. The Hebrew Israelites tell me just as strongly as you're telling me that I'm an Israelite. You're telling me that we're Moors. So how do I differentiate the two? That's the first question I have. Is how does the
Genealogy,
person
boy.
know their nationality is Moorish? Because from what I know about nationality, you have to be probably born in the place. That's what makes us American. We're born in America. We have American nationality. So that's the question I have. What makes a Moor by nationality? And then how do we know that we're not Hebrew Israelites, or do you guys accept everything as one? Are we Moorish, Hebrew Israelite, Native Americans?
Say done.
Which-
You know I'm gonna
what
take
are
off.
we and
Man.
how
You
do you
got
know
us in
what
the
we
same room together. Blooka, blooka, blooka. Y'all better not let me get close to him. I'm taking off. Yeah. You got it, homeboy.
Brother
Somebody
Abdullah, you
speak.
gotta unmute yourself.
You have what's called just solely and just sanguinis. So being born in China or France does not make me Chinese or France, unless if you're talking because nationality and international law has been given a distorted meaning. Not in international law, nationality is interchanged with citizenship. And so what they've done was they suppressed the consanguinity connection to nationality. Let me express the just solely and just sanguinis principle of citizenship and international law. If a country has just solely in their naturalization policies, meaning that if China has just solely, meaning you can be born, a woman goes to China, an English woman goes to China and has a baby in China. If China has just solely, that child will become Chinese by virtue of being born. But if China does not have just solely principle in their nationalization, the country has to have just solely principles. So if China does not have that, that would not apply. That woman has a child in China, that does not make the child Chinese.
Back to America.
You know, by birth. I want to qualify that first. I wanted because you got people who are listening, and I didn't want that to stand. I didn't want that to, So to clarify, let me answer the question. Before you came on, I referenced the Geneva 1560 and 1599 Geneva Bible. In the 1560 Geneva Bible, you have Blackmore. It's spelled lowercase b,
but it don't come
LACKE, space, capital MORE. That's in 7 to 8 verses. Jeremiah 38, 12, and so forth. It's about 4 verses in Jeremiah. And the 1599 Geneva Bible, in the same verses, you have Blackmore, spelled lowercase b, LACK, space, capital MOR. In the 1611 King James Version, same verses, you have Ethiopian. So they substituted Blackmore with Ethiopian. And for a 300-year period, then you have Blackamoor, where now you have putting them together, placing Black and Moor together and placing an A between them, forming Blackamoor. And that for 300 years, Blackamoor was used synonymously with Negro and Ethiopian.
But this was in Europe, and this was in Europe though, OG, respectfully though, because all of those Bibles came out in Europe. The first Bible here was the Eliot Bible by John Eliot, translated to the Algonquin language, who separated from Williams, who came and founded the Baptist Church here. So
what I'm showing is,
yes, sir, I understand, but that would be more of European history. We want to see the Moors in America.
No, that's not European history. That's Moorish history.
Yes, sir, but
that's not.
Okay, I understand that respectfully, but it took place in Europe. That's what I was saying.
But I'm saying, all right, what I'm showing is a connection. Today, our people think they're black. I'm showing a connection, the Moorish connection with terms Blackmore and Blackamoor. That those are right. So
we need a nation, because even the Moors had nations, like you spoke about the Ottoman Empire.
I'm answering your question, though. I'm answering your question.
Respectfully, you answered it for me, and I appreciate.
All right, so do you have another question? So I answered that. So what's the next question?
That's why no problem.
Uh-huh.
So I also heard you say that Moors left white people as the custodians to Moorish information. Why?
No, I never said that.
Okay,
I didn't say white people. I didn't say white people though. I didn't say that.
Okay, it was a video on Sinetta. It's called the "Wake Up Eastern Stars." You remember that?
But I didn't say white people though. I didn't say white people because I remember people are listening. So if I don't, all right.
You
Hey,
didn't
brother.
use that word, white people. You used another
Thank you,
word.
brother. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
It's
Can you tell the
important.
people what word that you used?
All right. European.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You saying them? Wait a minute, just to be clear, because that's I'm gonna let it go back to Sankofa. You're saying what the Moors left the Europeans to what?
As custodians to the information, and then they later turned their back on them.
And just to let y'all know, sorry, there's no more room on the panel. There's 10 people on the panel, so there's no need to drop the link right now. No one can come up on the panel until.
All right, we got room for one more.
Somebody drop down.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Yeah,
Now, who's trying to come up? Dulcie. Okay, they coming up.
Y'all gonna give me.
But 10 people.
Y'all gonna get me put out over
I just
here.
dropped the link because
Y'all gonna get me put out over here, man.
Oh, okay.
Y'all gonna get me put out.
And thank you, Legit, for dropping down for Brother Law. We appreciate it.
Yeah, can I pick this up, sister?
Y'all gonna get me put out.
No,
over here.
because
Hey,
second,
y'all
it's
jump
gonna
on
go
the like
back
button,
to
support the
Sankofa.
show, and we ain't got no support in the show tonight.
He was asked a question
Cash App on
about
the screen.
the Europeans
What a
being
love.
left, and Sister Freedom, I think, piggybacked to.
Yeah, but no, I was just trying to make sure I understood that. So wait a minute, because that was a biggie. That was a biggie.
Yeah, it was.
Wait a minute,
That's what I was saying.
Are you saying that the Moors left the undone people in charge of what goes on with the Moors?
No, I didn't say that. What I said.
Not who's
Wait,
saying
what's that?
No.
Let
OG,
Let me make sure that Topcatz said that.
Yeah, it was me. So according to what I heard, and then I'll paraphrase it, and OG's here so he can clarify. So to my knowledge, you said that the Moors left the Europeans as custodians to the information, and once they got in power, they basically turned their backs on them. So that's me paraphrasing, but you can clear it up, OG.
All right.
Because I'm going to ask you why
what I said that the Moors taught the Europeans. The Moors established Europe before the Europeans. I'm talking about in Europe. The Moors Renaissance. The Moors are responsible for the Renaissance, not Europeans. No Europeans are responsible for any Renaissance. The Moors established universities in Europe. Europeans came to Moorish universities. Cordoba was a library, 700s and 800s. Was a library, was world renowned, that housed over 600,000 manuscripts written in Arabic. So Moors opened up information, whereas before education was among the priesthood. It was restricted, whereby Moors deal with the Age of Enlightenment. The Age of Enlightenment and the Renaissance was spurred by the Moors, not by Europeans. This is what I said. So what do you say?
Topcat's gonna straighten that one out.
Go ahead. No problem.
Starting to make me itch over here. What was that question, Topcat?
No, I think he answered it, but I'll be honest, I thought he was speaking about the pale skin when he spoke about that, because he said they ended up turning their backs on us. And I thought it happened here because you also said that they Freemasonry was started by the Moors. Is Moorish science, and that science was given to the European, and we see pale skin Moors today. But you to my knowledge, what I took from it, that you were saying that y'all gave them the science, even the more science, what they created today to be known as Freemasonry.
Yeah, but I'm saying we taught them. I meant to not clear. I said that 2 minutes ago that they learned navigation, they learned astronomy, they learned engineering, they learned geometry from the Moors. Absolutely. And then what happened was what's that? Moors established universities in Europe. Moors made education open and made it affordable, even for Europeans.
What part of Europe? I'm sorry. This is clear. A lot of things.
You're looking at
Well, hold on,
Sicily,
one second, OG. I want
Portugal.
to say this because you can clip. I apologize. Be patient
Right.
with me, but I wanted
Right.
clarity because in the community, a lot of misinformation going around the community, and a lot of people, when we say Europe, a lot of people take that as everyone in Europe with dark skin would be considered a Moor. So within answering that question, I want you to fill that in as well. So we're talking about these European nations, or all European nations Moors to you with that,
All right.
with that question.
Well, let me answer first question.
Yes, sir.
Sicily, Portugal, parts of Spain, Valencia, Granada, Seville.
Mhm.
You also have some parts of southern Europe. So you have as I mentioned, Portugal. You have at one time it was southern France, Sicily, and parts of Spain.
But then Portugal fight against the Moors. So
Yes, but for 500 years, Moors ruled Portugal. Yes, the Knights Templar.
So
This
the
is why the Knights
Templars
Templar.
were Moors?
The Knights Templar are revealed today in Portugal. They
Yes,
sell miniature Knights Templar
right.
in the
They'll
museums
be known as
because
the
the
Order of
Knights.
Christ. They'll be known
Yes,
as the Order of Christ. They were
yeah, they now the order in the 1500s renamed the Order of Christ.
Yes,
Yes,
sir. Pope Dennis the First. So,
absolutely.
so when we get down to Portugal, though, but this family that Pope Dennis ended up giving it to, such as King Jaw, when it gets down to Henry the Navigator, his brother Alfonso the Fourth, or known as Alfonso the African, because of his battles with the Moors. So these are the people they went and defeated the Moors at this time. They're the ones that got the dumb diversity going to West Africa, and those West Africans in today what we call Sierra Leone, they were actually of Moorish descent. And Abdullah Bey even had he was speaking about Portuguese and the West Africans there, but those people were Moors and they were practicing Islam when they got there. So that's what confused me. If they were Moors, why were the Portuguese attacking them so hard? And we know that the Portuguese was riding with a Christian, and from the Knights of Templar, you had Hughes de Payne, which would be the first, Bernard Clairvaux, who was a Benedict monk, or a Cistercian monk, who was a white monk. They established it at the Treaty of Troy. That's where they were established as the Knights of Templar, as the Treaty of Troy. But once they went underground, they came back up as the Order of Christ in Portugal, Timor to be exact. And they waged war against the Moors.
Those two different kinds of Moors on Topcatz.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is it two different kinds of Moors? Because there's one they call Blackamoors, and then there's I guess some other.
My understanding, Blackamoor was an art form. It was like a genre of art. So when you look it up, you have something called Blackamoor art. Like it had blues music, R&B music. So to me, it was just a genre, because when I look it up, you see it in museums and things, depictions representing what they call Moorish, Blackamoor art.
I don't know. I think it's two different kinds or three different kinds, because there's a Moorish. I don't know. There's several kinds.
Yeah, a lot of it is 20th century. A lot of it is coming in the 20th century. I'm sorry, DLT.
Is there a connection between, or what is the connection between the Jews, like the Jews of Europe?
Man, I didn't get my answer.
What is the connection?
Man, I ain't get my damn answer.
What is
All right.
around that?
And if you look at the history, and even in the Code Noir, what they translated the Black Codes of 1724, Article 1, to remove the blacks and the Jews, and that's Article 1 of Code Noir, the Black Codes. So you analyzing that, and you start looking at where they'll separate as if they're two different people, as if Moors and Jews are two distinct people, when in fact, when you look at I'm just going to present what's there. It's going to present what's there in the literature, and you see in Article 1, black, expelling the Moors, the blacks, and the Jews. You will be seeing also and looking at literature and reading in Spain, expelling the Moors and the Jews. So they're as if they're two distinct people. And I've always raised that question for myself, because I've seen Moor and Jews, as if they're two distinct people. And I'm only going to present what I've seen and what's there. I don't want to make any.
Okay, so in 711, we know that the Moors is going to come down into the Iberian Peninsula. They'll defeat which was a Roman province at the time. They'll defeat the Visigoths. The Jews were already there. In the era of the golden age of the Moors, the Jews and the Moors would come together, and that age will be for them. So when you see the Alhambra Decree and the Jews being put out, you also see the Moors leaving. Now, where did they go? They went to I-80, the place that the Code of New York took place. So in the 1680s, when it came down, they wanted to expel them because they only wanted Catholicism on the island, right? And since everyone was melanated people, including Columbus and them and these Jews that came there, Columbus' real name being Salvador Zarco, which comes from a royal bloodline of the Portuguese, who comes from the order of Christ. His grandfather, João Zarco, was right-hand man to Henry the Navigator. He was a knight that fought against the Moors and got stripes for it. But so when they got put out, that was one of the reasons why they left, because these people did leave the Iberian Peninsula and come to Spain, Moors and Sephardic Jews, what they'll call them. And we'll see them come there. So Columbus' mama, Isabel Zarco, and through that line is where he get his Sephardic Jewish line. So we do see the Portuguese and them come there, the Moors and the Sephardic Jews, and they will be expelled through the Code of New York. Yes, sir. But that's how we know that they were all dark-skinned people.
This is what he's supporting what I'm saying about the making the Moorish connection. And this is what they've buried.
But the Moors,
they've buried the Moorish presence and Moorish power and Moorish influence and connection.
I disagree.
You say that that hasn't been buried. So you're saying it hasn't been buried. That the history.
I disagree. It has not been buried. I mean, you have plenty of our teachers, the elders that went back in the day. They always talk about the Moors. They always talk about the Moors as melanated. Who are you talking about that buried it? That's what I'm talking about.
All right, then let me define buried then. All right, the definition is everything.
Buried.
No, brother. All right, Dwight, brother, can I have the floor, brother? Can I have the floor?
Okay.
Can I have the floor?
Okay.
Can I have the floor? Because you said I don't need to, so that means, can I have the floor?
Yes, sir.
Because definition is everything. So when you, in clearing up point, you need to define that it's not taught in the mainstream. It's not taught in the schools. It's not taught in the public schools. It's not part of the history class, mainstream history classes, even in universities. When those who teach Moorish history in universities, they are electives. So when I say when I say buried, that black has buried Indian, has colored African American. That's a burial. And another example, in the 1611 King James Version, they have Ethiopian. So they're the same verses. In the Geneva Bible is Blackmore, 1566. In the 1599 Geneva Bible, it's Blackmore. But in the same verses in the King James, it's Ethiopian. That's a burial.
That's our European.
Okay, so let me.
Wait a minute, Anton. Let me make sure I got mentally what he's saying. Are you saying that the new terms buried the old terms? We was called one thing at one time, and then the new terms, like black, buried everything that was behind it.
I'm saying Ethiopian. The example I gave. Let's follow the example I gave.
No, but you said were buried.
It's a burial. I'm saying I did. But freedom. I'm going back to the example so you can clearly see it.
I do see it. That's why I'm just.
So Ethiopian. It was a burial too, because they substituted Blackamoor with Ethiopian. That's a burial with the same verses. They're the same verses that's in the same verses that had Blackamoor in the Geneva Bible. It's the saying that there's the same verses in the King James, but they have Ethiopian instead of Blackamoor. That is a burial.
Okay, I want to say this here, and I'm gonna get out the way.
Terms.
But I'm saying, why not? Why?
Well, I would say that it's interchangeable because there was something here called an Ethiopian movement. The Ethiopian movement that took place,
I'm trying to hear what Topcatz. Go ahead, Topcatz. I can't hear.
I'll be brief. So the Ethiopian part, before they were saying they were African, the Ethiopian movement is gonna birth, which was pushed through by Marcus Garvey, we know Haile Selassie and all of them. But it was funded by whites. So even the Hebrew Israelites, the more Zionist Jews in 1899 in Harlem, a lot of these people will be coming from the West Indies, the Iberian Peninsula. They will be Turks, Ottoman Turks. A lot of these people will come in. And so this is where we're going to see this Moorish descent come into it. And so into these movements, that's why we're going to the commandment keepers. A lot of those members that were there were West Indies. They were Iberian. They were from the Iberian Peninsula. They were from like Turkish, like I was saying. They wasn't from America, but they were here in New York. They had migrated here. And so a lot of those movies, they were using the term Ethiopia because back then the Hebrews said that they came from Ethiopia from Queen Sheba and Solomon, right? And that changed in 1969 after the doctrine changed. Now they came out slave ships in Deuteronomy 28. That's another story. But I land there.
Yeah. But wait a minute, Topcatz, are you saying, just to be clear, African American, one of them got buried by black buried African American, or are they interchangeable?
Negro, mulatto will be taken over by Negro in the 20th century.
Right.
In 1969, they'll kill Negro and they'll bring Afro-American.
Right.
From there, they'll move to Black Power, starting in 69. That's when they killed Negro. And they came with this Black Pride along with Afro-American. Then they brought it to African-American. And then in 2017, Obama took Oriental and Negro out of law. And then they passed the UNDRIP and the ADRIP and gave you the right to self-identify. So it's legally here, Obama signed a law that you have the right to self-identify. So yes, they do kill terms and they have been changing this. That's why our grandparents, our great-grandparents, they'll be considered maybe mulatto, Indian, or something on the census. Then you'll have colored in the 20th century, which you got the 1924 Integration Act. The 1924 Racial Integrity Act. Those were colored. That's why you see the signs, colored bathrooms and all of these. And then they moved to Negro. And then they moved, to Afro-American, Black, and then so on. African American.
That's what Abdul's saying. I see just what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. I agree with
you. Think we started off in mulatto and then moved up, huh?
No, sir. I'm saying in the 20th centuries, if you're familiar with the census, but you don't do genealogy, so you wouldn't know this. So
no, I do know that.
If you had history of the census, you would know when they stopped using the term mulatto, you'll start seeing the term Negro in the 20th century start to pop up. Okay, and that lasted all the way to 1969, brother. And then so 2017 officially took Negro out of law along with Oriental.
One mic, please.
You would have to understand in 1865 that
just let me know when I can speak.
Yes, sir. Okay. You would have to understand in 1865, 1924 was the last Immigration Act. 1965, they brought it back. Okay, and they brought in Africans and Asians, or what they considered Oriental. So Obama took Negro and Oriental out of law and said they no longer fit our people, like Jesse Jackson said in Chicago back in the 80s. Okay, that Black don't identify us and we don't resonate it. We resonate with African Americans. So yes, he's right. They did take these things out of law and continue to change us.
Okay, so to be clear, you just said if we went, we were called mulatto, and then after that, we were called
not everyone, brother. You have to. That's why I said you have to go look at your own census and see what you were called. Everyone we're not the same people. We don't have the same parents. Okay, so we have a different experience and a different story.
Were you saying that Black people were called mulatto?
I don't know who Black people is. There's no such thing as Black people. I never met a Black person in my life. I never
Yeah, I'm
met
just
a
trying to
black
be
person
clear.
in my life, brother. I
All
don't know
right,
what
I'm
that
just
means.
being clear. I understand. I'm just being clear. So you didn't say that. I thought it sounded like you
Yes,
were
sir.
trying
I
to say.
wouldn't. No, sir. I never
It
heard of
sounded
a
like
black
you were
person.
trying to
Black
say
people
that
don't
we
exist
were
to me.
called mulatto. It sounded like we were saying you were called mulatto,
No,
and
no, I
then you
didn't
were
say
called
we,
this.
brother. You have to understand. I didn't say we.
Okay, so
This is a
what people
personal
were called
journey.
mulatto? What
I'm
people
sorry,
were
I didn't
called?
get your name, brother.
People that were
What
mulatto.
people?
I
What
didn't
people were
get your
called
name.
mulatto, and then called Negro, and
Okay,
then
no
called
problem. Okay,
black,
brother
and then called
Gunner.
African American?
Okay,
You
brother
gave a
Gunner. Let
path.
me help you out with this
So
here.
what happened was you gave a path. So I'm just trying to be clear on that path.
Yes,
And I'm
sir.
just
Yes, sir. I
asking.
understand, and
So
I,
on
and I
that
have
path
no
that you
problem
said,
with that. With
so on that
edifying
path
you.
that you said
Yes, sir. No
were
problem.
called.
And
You would talk about
Saya, when you're
people.
done with your question to top, because your brother Latin,
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
we can
Yes,
brother
definitely.
Lion.
And
So
Saya,
Most
if
definitely.
you asking Topcatz the question, you gotta let him
one
answer.
question
Okay, yeah, I'm not getting. It's
exactly.
not getting out. All right, so I just want to be
Go.
clear, so everyone can hear it. So the question I'm asking, because he gave a path of people that are identified as black people today, and on that path, he began and said mulatto. He said the group that we call
We
black.
were called mulatto at one time.
We're called
But
mulatto
he
at one
answered
point.
that already.
Okay, so at what point in history were we called
Okay,
mulatto?
brother. Okay.
Man, you getting off
So
topic,
listen
man.
to
You
me,
getting off
brother.
topic, man.
Listen to me.
Getting
It's
off
not a
topic.
we thing. Okay. I want some people to understand this is not a we thing because it's about bloodline. We all don't, unless you have the same parents, then you cannot copy off no one else's paper. I'm almost done, brother. It's not gonna take long.
Talking about a whole bunch of other
Hold on, brother. It's not
Oh
gonna
my
take
God,
long.
Saya, please let him
That's
answer.
okay. I got him.
You gonna have
So,
to
brother Gunner, the same way that you have the name Gunner, and I can ask you what tribe in Gunner are you from, you cannot prove or you do not know what tribe in Gunner you from or when your family left
You
Gunner
don't
and
know. You
came to
can't say
America.
what I know.
So
You
what
don't
tribe
say what
are
I
you from
know.
in Ghana, brother?
You can't tell me
What
anything.
tribe? What nation are you from? I just want to prove
see how he's
point.
going with that. Listen, you
That
from
is
the
a dumbass
tribe.
question.
What nation
You
are you
from
from
the
in Ghana?
Be quiet,
tribe.
Stanko, for that's between
He's
them
from the
two.
tribe that joined Andrew Jackson.
What was the name of the tribe,
brother?
brother?
Removal. You claim to be a
Okay, see, okay, all right, we're gonna move on. I'm gonna leave it
No,
alone.
hey, Saya, if he came up here to argue, please
Yeah,
don't.
yeah. I don't
No, I
want
didn't. No, I didn't.
Drop Saya down, please,
don't
because
want
he does
to
this
have
all the
anything.
time. All the
He's
time.
insecure because he don't know what nation he's from,
It's
and this
like
is the
really
problem.
annoying.
That's why they
nation, but
want to pick up these
Go ahead,
terms,
mute
black,
up.
Negro,
But y'all
and
don't
all of
notice
these
him changing the
these
subject.
different terms.
Ghana,
You don't
Tops
see him
was
changing the
answering
subject.
your question.
He's
Sister
changing the
Freedom.
subject.
Yeah, I'd
Very
rather talk to someone who's more
He's
intelligent.
asking me about a nation. He's asking me about my ethnicity.
Yes,
Not
sir,
gonna
brother.
stop.
If you don't have a nation, then you don't need to be on here
He's
asking questions. You
changing
need
the
to be
subject.
going to find your nation, find your
I'm gonna have
family
to put you
history,
down until
brother.
they answer the question because
Thank
this is
you. Thank you. Good.
I apologize for that, Elder Abdullah.
No. Ghana, I don't know why he does that. You just got to let one person answer the question and then he just being mean
He
or
does it
something.
all the time.
But you gotta use the controls though, Sister Freedom.
I
Those
did.
on my copy, you gotta mute them.
Okay.
Brother
Brother
lie.
Jump in.
Peace, Brother Law.
Peace, and blessings to
Hey, all
everybody.
work,
on
all easy work, bro.
Wa alaikum salam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What the hell?
I have a question for the brother Bey. Salam, brother.
Islam.
I heard you speaking previously with Topcat, and y'all was speaking about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. My question I had asked in the chat was, and the next 18, 19 days, we really can't definitively give the amount and time for it. Do Moors fast during the holy month of Ramadan? And if so, believing in the prophets, peace be upon him, the Prophet Muhammad, as well as his brother, if that being the case, do you follow the 5 pillars of Islam?
Oh my goodness.
I can't speak for the millions of Moors because millions of Moors are unconscious. So I can't speak for the millions of 10, 25, 30 millions of Moors. You say Moors fast. I mean,
What I'm asking is for yourself as being a Moor.
all right.
In the next 18 days, inshallah, for people that don't speak Arabic, inshallah means God willing. You definitively defining yourself as a Moor and understanding who the Prophet Muhammad was and who he served in Moors as well as other Muslims in this world. are you going to be fasting?
No.
Well,
You're not.
Come on, Freedom. Why you laughing?
it's just like
Yeah, he
This
said,
conversation
don't
going on.
ask me no more.
Well, I answered the question. I don't know what.
Yeah, he answered the question. Square business.
You're not going to be fasting.
do you consider yourself Muslim?
What's
All right, hold on. Hey, brother, I answered the question already.
Nigga, I'm finna eat when I get off of here.
What I'm trying to find out is this, because I have this conversation with a couple of other brothers, and definitively they define themselves as being Muslim.
Hey, get the likes up, family, support the show. Get the likes.
I answered the question already, brother. Next question.
Okay, well, let me ask, but in the type of more that you are, I'm just piggybacking off of my brother.
Little man.
Do you consider yourself
homie
Muslim under the Salafi or under the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
All right, I'm not going to answer that question because it's constructive. You said type of more. So there's no type of no. Let me hear me out. Hear me out. Please. Don't hear me out. Please let me finish because let me please.
Yeah, he don't do all that.
Please, because we have other people listening.
Right.
So I'm not freedom. Just hear me out. This is important. It's important because you have other people listening. So if I answered the question, then people who are listening, who will be listening to this, they're going to think there's different types of Moors. So if I don't clear that up, we have to clear things up because there's going to be thousands of people who are going to listen to this. And so somebody who's new and they say, well, I didn't know there was different types of Moors, but Abdullah answered Sister Frena's question. And then somebody's going to call me, Abdullah, I didn't know, because they will call me, Abdullah, I didn't know there was different types of Moors. Oh, there isn't. But you didn't say that online, live. Why did you clear that up, brother Abdullah? That's why I'm doing this. This is from experience.
And that's why I'm asking, brother, especially with having a name as of Abdullah. Wallahi, Aki.
No, brother. I'm done, brother. Let me clear up one point at a time. The different type of more. The question is, the freedom posed the question by saying a different type of more. There's no different type of more.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Moors are bloodline of our people.
So it'll be different tribes.
So they're not the ones that look like, how they have the ones from Morocco. They actually don't know nothing about being the Moors. So you're right about that.
You're saying Moors. The question that I have is Moors defining themselves as Moors or defining themselves as Muslims? That's the question I'm having.
More is identified, not defining. I don't define myself as a Moor. I identify myself as a Moor. But I'm not playing, please. I'm not playing word games. Please don't. I'm not playing word games. I'm not.
I'm not asking you to play word games
I'm doing
so defensive, brother. I'm just asking questions.
Brother, I'm doing that because people are listening. It's identity, not defining. I'm not defining myself as a Moor. I'm identifying.
Break it down.
You're identifying.
You have the word defining and identifying.
Okay, let's just scratch identifying and let's just scratch it all together. The question that I have for you and for other Moors is, are you Muslim or you a Moor?
Right. I'm a Moor. I'm a Christian because of my melon, my carbon, the karas. I'm a Jew. Or Daiuti.
We can't be everybody.
The word Jew comes from the word Daiuti. All right.
A bit everything.
So you're looking at Muslim, or you're dealing with the anatomy of the body, geometry, the geometry of the body, the geometry of the body of the human form is likened to that of the geometry of the universe.
So what you're speaking in regards to is arm, leg, arm, head.
No, I'm not. I'm not speaking that. I'm not speaking that. Let me explain what I'm speaking then.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Hell.
So I'm advanced beyond that whatever that. And there's a book called Temple and Man. I'm giving a reference. There's a book called Temple and Man by Swallow D. Lubitz. He measured using 1.618, the divine proportion, the golden mean. He used 1.618 to measure the temple, the statue of Abu Simba. And he in his measurements, he discovered this measuring the fingers, the length of the fingernails, the nose, the ears, the toes, and so forth. That the measurements of the statue was in relationship to the measurements of the sun, the planets, the distance between planets. Our human body form, dealing with what they call the Fibonacci. It's not the Fibonacci, but they known as the Fibonacci sequence. That the human form, as far as its measurement, is by proportion, is that of the measurement of the universe, dealing with the distance of planets, the circumference, the arc, the radius.
Ask the Indians something.
So I'm coming from that ancient perspective
Y'all better not say
of the geometry and the human form in relationship to the universe, in the measurements of the universe.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
All right, so you're more and you're a Christian. So during the Reconquista, which side would you have been on? The side of the Christians that were expelling the Moors, or the Moorish side that were being expelled? Which side would you have picked?
All right, I'm a Christian is one who has melanin, carbon, carbon. No man, carbon. I'm taking the word back to over 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago. So all our people, Donald Trump's not a Christian. You can say you're a Christian all you want. Donald Trump is not a Christian. Al Gore, Hillary Clinton are not Christians. The word karat. I'm putting the word in its original intent and application. When a word is when the meaning of a word is constructed and bastardized,
see what he's doing.
It gives a distorted, constructed meaning and therefore a misrepresentation. So I'm taking it back to over 10,000 years.
Wait a minute.
It's a biochemical word that deals with
answer the question,
brother. I'm gonna say it, brother. You're not gonna hold on, brother. You're not gonna.
You let him up again. You let Saya come up again,
brother. I'm not. Hey, Freedom. They're not going to control. Freedom. They're not going to control how I answer a question. That's not. I don't bow to that. I don't bow to that. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not bowing to that. I'm not bowing to all that. I don't bow to how you. Yeah.
You gotta understand. I think I'm gonna do a Dulcie on you. I think what he's trying to say is, which side would you be on? The side that's getting the butt kicked, or the side that's not?
And I'm saying the word Christian has been misused, is what I'm saying. It's been misused. It's no side because the word Christian been misused. It's been bastardized. That's what I'm explaining. So it's no side I've been on because the word Christian has been used. It's not a nationality. The word Christian is not a nationality, pedigree, ancestry. That's it. It's a biochemical word. So hear me out. So it is a flawed construction by saying what side more or Christian, because Christian is a constructed meaning. That's what I'm saying. So I'm taking it back to its origin, the original meaning. It's a construct.
So when we
it's
say
colored. It's colored. It's colored.
You're not talking about that Christian. You're talking about something totally different.
OTK, go ahead. OTK, unmute yourself, please.
I just wanted to say, Brother Bay,
I'm sorry, Brother Lodge, because I can't with
Brother Bay,
the last thing, goodbye.
No, my purpose for coming on, and the brother cleared it up for me perfectly. Basically, what he said is he's not a Muslim.
Yeah, and he also saying being the Moor ain't got nothing to do with religion. It's just you who you are, your pedigree. Right. That's what he's saying. In other words,
So
he's saying
my thing is this:
Moor and be whatever. You can be whatever. You can choose Muslim. You can choose to be Christian. You can choose to be this. That's what he's saying.
Told you it ain't connected back to.
So now, with that being the case, I know now going further because he's somewhat seen as being somewhat of an elder and somewhat seen as being knowledgeable about more knowledge and things like that.
From the beginning, that more just means that dark-skinned people. But OTK, you got a question?
Yeah, I just want to ask how. Peace to y'all too. Peace to everybody on the panel, man.
Hey, OTK.
Peace to the guests, man. I just want to know. I heard you say that, and I heard Taj Tariq Bey, Elder Taj Tariq Bey say this too. Y'all say the word America comes from Amuraka or something like that, and you say Moroccan. When do we know when to switch these vowels and stuff around? And the reason why I'm asking, because if y'all the ones who came over here with Christopher and named it America, why would y'all turn it around and spell it somewhere different?
He laughing.
I answered the question, brother, earlier about an hour ago. I answered that question an hour ago, brother.
Can I ask a question to follow that up?
Right. The next question.
All right.
The
word Morocco, that's actually Spanish word, right? Why would non-Spanish people give their country a Spanish name?
I answered the question an hour ago, brother.
It was Spanish people over here too, but at the same time, I did look
talk about
the
Morocco's name. That's what I mean.
You can look that up though.
I answered the question an hour ago, brother.
That's why I asked the question. I know the answer. That's why I asked him.
I know. So I answered the question an hour ago, though, brother.
Those who defeated the Moors gave it the name Morocco.
Say it again.
Those who defeated the Moors, the Christians that defeated the Moors gave the country the name Morocco. Area was called America.
You mean over here in America?
No, I'm talking about Morocco, the country of Morocco in West Africa. I wanted to know because they're making a connection, even the name of Moor, they make all that a connection off of the name Morocco. But the name Morocco is not a Moorish name, and it's not a land formed by Moors. That's a land that was conquered by Spain and Portugal, and that's a name given by
brother Gunner. That's speaking. I'm sorry, DLT. Yeah. You know I gotta get back for you.
No. Go ahead.
Baby. Okay, but the brother that's named Gunner, the Moors actually conquered Ghana and enslaved Ghana when they left
those
Spain.
Weren't Moors.
Those weren't Moors, brother. And we
those weren't Moors.
So
Moors were defeated in 1492. What you're talking about is Morocco. You're talking about the Spanish.
No, I'm not talking about Morocco, brother.
Get them
when they got to Morocco.
Wrong,
you're
brother.
Not about what he's meaning to say this, everybody.
No, I don't mean to say nothing. I said what I said.
Ghana,
Ghana's defeated by Ghana's defeated by Mali. Mali's defeated by Songhai. Songhai's defeated by Morocco. That's what he's trying to talk about.
Hey, can I talk about Miss Freedom?
When he's saying the Moors defeated, he's talking.
Wait a minute. I'm silent. I'm Ghana.
He's talking about Morocco conquering. All right. That's what he's trying to talk about.
I think he's talking about two different places because it's clear as day right here on my phone that America is derived from the term El Morocco,
clearly on your phone today.
And America. I can
I share my screen, Sister Freedom?
Sure you can. You send it down
to the people.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm waiting.
What language would that be?
Wait a minute, be quiet for 1 second, Ghana, please.
All right, so right here, y'all. Moors in Ghana, Dictionary of African Historical Biography by Mark Lipshut.
That's an image from a 1375.
Hold on, brother. You relax, brother. Leader of the Almohad, which conquered the Ghana Empire. The Almoravids movement, which propagated Islam, originated in southern Morocco. Okay, they are going to go in, homie, which conquered Ghana in 1076. He eventually became the overall leader of the Almoravids. Okay, so they came to Ghana way back in the game, and enslave those people.
With it,
Back then it wasn't called Ghana because Ghana ain't get his name to the 1960s, brother.
Ghana, no, you confused Ghana. The Ghana, the country,
brother Bar,
and that is a fact.
brother Bar.
Right, so what he's doing is confusing.
That's
Yeah,
an
you're a Moor
entire
slave.
natural fact. Okay.
Okay, no. So what he did, that's a total mistake on what he did.
Slave.
And when he said Ghana didn't get his name until 1960, what he meant was 1950.
Nigeria and them all the places they was colonized, and that's how they got their names over there. And what we call
he talked about what Nkrumah named. That's what he confusing.
And then Nkrumah was an agent. And Nkrumah learned under a guy named James Agri, who came here through a.
You didn't say we were Hebrews. Saying you got to pull that word out there.
Yeah, so Kwame Nkrumah was an agent. He came over through a government program. He went through a school. The guy that taught him name was James Agri. He taught at a private school in North Carolina called Livingston College, okay, which was started by a guy by the name of Joseph Price.
That's right.
Okay, he died, and his predecessor would be Booker T. But so through this program that they had, he Nkrumah ended up coming over. That's why he was in the Harlem History Club, the Schomburgs and the YMCA program that was started by Rosenwald, this white Jew, Rosenwald, right? So Nkrumah came there. Then he went to London, okay? Infiltrated that circle, started that movement, went back, he went to jail. Then he came out, and this was the decolonization period. But he came and he was trained, okay? So he was a government decolonization trader. And that's what you out here representing. I can prove it without a shadow.
Hey man, you did.
So you didn't.
Hey man,
he got where attended the HBCU.
What tribe in Ghana are you from?
He got his knowledge during.
We had a strong black 1865, brother.
Educated here with us African Americans.
I can't hear one person at a time. Side, what you?
I know when it's my turn to talk, he talks over me. And when it's my
okay,
Anton, that's not me.
But yeah, so as we said, that's not an agent.
It is an agent, brother.
Graduated from HBCU. Now, if we wanted to talk about agents, we go to something like the Kashada tribe. The Kashada
tribe. So name somebody out the Kashada tribe.
This tribe was Indian. Actually worked.
Name the colonizer.
This
name
tribe
them.
worked along.
Name the person.
I name talking over me now.
Name the person.
Tribe actually worked with Andrew Jackson in the Indian removal.
That's not true, brother. We fought against them. We fought on side of the British in the Revolutionary War. We fought on side of the French fought on side of us in the French and Indian War. You do not know history, brother. We fought with the British. Andrew Jackson fought with the United States. That's an oxymoron. You don't know history.
He wants to talk over
what tribe are you from in Ghana?
All that want to have to come. It's over now.
Topcatz, let him ask you a question, honey. Let him ask you a question.
I'm done with him. He below my
So we do, yeah.
I'm Big Chief. He can't talk to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, okay. So, Sai, he doesn't want to talk to you.
I don't want to talk to him either. Okay. Is it okay to talk, or am I?
Did you want to ask that question, though?
Yes. So I was thinking about that Kushada tribe that worked right alongside Andrew Jackson.
We didn't work with Andrew Jackson. We fought against Andrew Jackson, brother.
Yeah. So this
is misinformation. Andrew Jackson fought with the United States. On side of
when the
British,
truth start to come out, you see what happens. You see what happens, everybody. This is what happens when truth comes out.
You're incorrect.
So the Kushada tribe did during the 1830 Indian Removal Act work right alongside.
Name the person. Name the person. Name somebody. Name a human.
You said you had a question, so I put you on mute.
Yes, name a human.
You asked my question, but
name a person that did this.
We don't want you to. But listen, baby.
Somebody's talking.
Listen, baby.
The primary.
Someone's talking over you. It's very difficult to talk when someone's talking over you. It's like all kind of.
You're lying, though, brother.
You understand that?
You're lying. Cite your source. Cite your source today.
We have all kind of.
Cite your source.
Removal Act. Anyone can look up the Kushadi tribe.
Cite your source, brother.
How they fought on.
Okay, it's going back now.
You want to be able
to wait till it come back around. So till it calm down.
Freedom, you have got to drop Saya, please.
Because when I talk, and talking over me makes me the bad guy.
No way, Saya. Saya, just
he's not gonna wait for you. If everybody
don't let me talk because it's gonna make me
this on purpose. He's doing this on purpose.
If everybody could mute up,
I put him down. Right. Okay.
Yes. And stop putting him back up.
Thank you.
I feel like
Maybe
y'all be.
also peace.
Gee.
I mean, it just seemed like Topcatz was on top of him, like, and then all y'all just start kicking him and everything. I just,
yeah, they know not to play with me. They know it.
I think he's been
Topcat, you something else, brother. Topcat, you are something else,
annoying.
brother.
I really do.
Too much. Hey, Bailey, also.
I would say this.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Look, y'all, they talking about
How
Topcat.
y'all do? How everybody doing tonight?
So I'll bring you back up in a second, but for now, you gotta say nothing because you keep fussing.
Yeah, I just got one question, maybe two, for the brother Abdullah Bey. How you doing tonight, brother?
Y'all let Topcats run.
I'm doing well, brother.
Down there hating.
That's
I'm
good, man.
trying to hang in there.
How you trying to hang? Hey,
We've been going
man,
for
they
3.5 hours, but it's all good, y'all. It's all I love y'all, man. I love y'all.
Yeah, man, shit. I see you a vet. You know, you stand on your toes. You know, you doing your thing, man. I like it. You know, salute to you, man.
You gonna ask him the question because Sankofa been. Are you gonna ask the question?
Oh, okay. I got it, sister. I got it.
So that's about the DNA.
No, he's not even up here. Sister Freedom. There ain't no Sankofa.
Yeah, they live.
I'm just
all right, let me.
Them, man.
Okay. I got it. I can put that one. So, brother Abdullah, did your people, did they ever tell you that y'all had, Indian in your blood, or what tribe you was, or have you already answered that already? I'm not.
Indians are fiction, a fiction in law. Great Britain classified the Moors as Indians. In the 1950, now once again, the 1926 case in the International Court of Justice, the Great Britain on behalf of the Congolese nation versus United States. One of the conclusions in the case that was adjudicated is that an Indian is a British national, a subject of Great Britain.
But
I ain't that.
But and I apologize, Blasio, but in the Constitution,
Wow.
which is the
I'm
highest law of the
gonna
treaty
get off,
on the
man.
land, is the treaties. Other
I
than
thought I
that,
was
you
watching
have
on
the
Family
U.S.
Mind.
Constitution.
Topcat though.
In the Constitution, you find that they are to retain the government-to-government relationship with the Indians. We also find it in H.R. House of Commons Res 331, which they acknowledge the Iroquois nation and the establishment of the Constitution. Which we find the word Indian in the Constitution, and that the U.S. is to retain the government-to-government relationship with them. So the 1960, the 1600s and the British national here in the Constitution, you said it's fictional in law, but it is the highest standing in law because the treaties have to be honored, and that's where your legal ties will have to come through if you were to step back into your natural space, which was your indigenous.
I went to a case in the International Court of Justice between United States and Great Britain on behalf of the Congolese nation, whereby a Indian is a British national, that there's no meaning that there's a subject of Great Britain. With the United States seemed that Great Britain didn't make a stink about it until 1926 in that case. Where the United States was United States was making claims
in 1621 though.
I said 1926.
Okay, 19. I apologize. Okay.
Yes.
I just asked you that, brother, because like most of us, we familiar that they told us, that we had, Indian in us and the tribe associated with it. And so where you're coming from, you're saying that they might not have, even if they did tell you, like it was, it was behind something else, like how you're saying that the British, it was really something else under the British law or whatever, right?
What I'm saying is that's a barrier of our Moorish nationality. Great Britain classified the Moors as Indians, and the United States reclassified the Moors as Negroes, and the United States classified the Europeans that look like Donald Trump as Indians. That's part of the Dawes Road, the Land Allotment Act. In the 1880s, whereby Europeans paid $5 to get their names on the Dawes Road. That's where that term $5 Indian came from.
The $5
That's part of them. That's part of them redistributing our land and our wealth to the Europeans. That's another ploy among many. The Homestead Act,
Yeah. So I'm
I
just
mean,
so what tribe did they say that you was from? Like the Iroquois, the Narragansett, I know they told you a tribe, didn't they?
Well,
Your people?
my main focus in teaching is teaching the Moorish power and the Moorish connection.
Yes, sir, but I think he's asking you what your parents.
No, I know what he's asking. I know what he's asking. I know what he's asking. You don't have to. I know what he's asking. So you don't have to explain to me
No,
what
you
he's
don't gotta
asking.
be. You don't got, brother.
No, hear me out,
We
bro.
cool.
I'm
You
clear
cool.
about what he's asking. I am
So
very
we cool.
clear, and I'm saying to you what my position is to make, because our people have been classified as black, Negro, color, and they put big time effort into burying out the Moorish history and the Moorish connection, is to make that the main issue of showing the tremendous Moorish power, because those Moorish treaties with those European powers allowed those European powers to expand their trade and commerce. We were seizing their ships. They came to the Moroccan Empire to negotiate treaties for protection of those British, French, and English subjects. So I push more that of pushing the Moorish history, the Moorish connection, the Moorish treaty protection, and the tremendous Moorish power.
Okay,
and restore that knowledge, and that pre-existing sovereign power to our people.
1 second, 1 second, just 2 seconds. Okay, but Abdullah, wouldn't that take us away from our roots? Because at home, our family teach us young. They'll tell us that you're Cherokee. They'll tell us you're Kasadi, or whatever nation that we come from. We'll know this, but then when we go out into the world, we'll meet people, and then they'll bring us into this paradigm, such as what you're saying. You're negating what our bloodline ties us to, because that's where our inheritance lies, in our bloodline. So if you,
I'm not negating anything, brother. The point I'm making is the power, tremendous brother. All right, brother.
Once we step outside of our family, we lose the power, because if your family have land, right, which my family had in Louisiana, we did a land cession, which hadn't been done in 100 years, to switch the land to the new generation. Where we had to go back, we had to prove 6 generations of our family. We had to know exactly who we were and have our records, or the state of Louisiana would have took the land. So if we're going to claim our Moorish identity, we're not going to find any of this information about our land and tied to that. And then the state would have ended up taking it if I would have been more focused on the Moorish history, or worldwide history, more than my family and our estate and our heritage.
All right.
Like the good brother Tariq Bey told us that he was Ana Yawia. So I was just wondering if you were willing to, tell us, where you, your people. Did he drop out?
Yeah, he gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he back. He back. Okay, I was gonna say Moors in America here. So
all right. So the point, I'm going to reiterate the point. Most of the people, including Europeans, are not aware of the tremendous Moorish power. So they have not studied. They have not been privy to study the Moorish treaties and the protection of the Moorish treaties and the position of the Moors during the 15, 16, 1700s. And the tremendous power that the Moorish had and actually lost. So I hear what you're saying, brother. But those people who have not studied what I've studied. In fact, Robert Davis said the enslavement of Europeans doesn't fit the general theme of European world conquest and colonization. How did the Europeans come into world domination? One of my former co-workers asked me.
Well, you told
back
me
in
that
2013. How did the Europeans come into world power domination? By defeating the Moors.
All right. So here's my thing. You talk about that 1926 case where obviously Indians was defined as British subjects. Is there any precedent before that case that they pulled up and they referenced for that?
The reference point is that the Indians, what was classified as Indian, was under British subject control. The United States made the claim. The United States made the claim on them. Great Britain did not make a stink about it until the 1926 case.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, finish.
But those people that were caught,
that's the point I'm making there is that also let me address the treaties. Let me address the treaty. The treaty, the J Treaty. The J Treaty are known as the Treaty of Commerce, Navigation, Amity and Commerce between Great Britain and the United States.
Right.
That's Great Britain got the United States to agree to protect the navigational rights. And then you also have the Gantt Treaty. The Gantt Treaty between Great Britain and the United States in 1814.
Yeah,
and in that treaty,
G-H-A-N-T,
G-H-A-N-T, the Gantt Treaty, G-H-E-N-T, G-H-E-N-T. Let me finish my point. All right, but these are these. All right, so you're asking for precedent here. I'm going to guess the treaties. The treaty between the 1795 treaty between Great Britain and the United States and the Gantt Treaty, 1814. So, and that is those are the precedents that was used for that 1926 case.
Can I ask a question?
So I wanted to answer the brother. I'm answering the brother question. That's just, yeah.
So within saying that, though, hold on, one second. I apologize, but within saying that, at that time, when we look at United States developing out of the 13 colonies and coming in the U.S. expansion don't come until 1815 after the Battle of Fort Jackson when they're able to migrate there. So at that time, if they're calling Indians this, they have not even made it to the interior ports of America. They haven't made it to Georgia. Alabama don't become a state to 1817. Texas, 1836. And so that wouldn't apply. So that title wouldn't apply to all these other people going out west. I would say that would only apply to those that were in the jurisdiction of the United States or the colonies, because at that time it would have just been the colonies.
The jurisdiction of Great Britain and Great Britain.
We got to keep the chronology going.
No, let me follow up with that. That's a good point.
After 1812.
Because the bottom line is this, though, because you talked about in the beginning when I asked you the first question, when I came on, you said that this is in the international courts, what you're doing. Where was this 1926 case held? Was it held in international court?
In the International Court of Justice.
It was the 1926 thing was held in the International Court of Justice, and they actually used the treaties that showed that there was some transfer from the United States or the Indians being subject to the United States, and the United States actually transferring over to them, or vice versa.
No, subject to Great Britain, not to the United States. United States was making claim. The United States has made a claim to the Indians.
Can I ask
but
that was
in 1816. So 1816 is the beginning of the Seminole Wars, all the way to after the Civil War. So we know that they didn't have control or dominion over these people, because these people fought for their freedom all the way even through the Civil War. So I don't see how they could be subject if they are actually opposing this oppression.
I'm saying
that's why I brought that up too.
I mean, because the thing is that when you deal with Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, American Indian not taxed. I mean, we're just using that little reference right there. At no point in time was we subject to anybody at any time. We volunteered. There were certain things that people that volunteered, and it pretty much was those Huguenots, those Moriscos that came over here and integrated with us, that assimilated with us, that amalgamated into our communities, and then they came up under there because they were the ones that were slaves. Now, let me say this. because you said that when you file this international claim, you're going to go to all these foreign European countries, Spain, Portugal, France, or whoever else you say you're going to do. Now, the bottom line, when you deal with the situation, what Topcatz had pointed on was the Moors that had came into West Africa, and once they was kicked out, they came into there. Most of the people that came into America was indentured slaves. It was under an indenture and all that stuff. I don't know why you left that out, because your claim is actually talking to these Europeans. You're talking to Europeans. We never had no contract with these Europeans. So why would you bring a claim for Moors, or you calling us Moors? Why would you bring a claim to them for
All
us
right.
when we never had a contract with them? Show us the contract.
All right, brother. You dismiss. Let me do one point at a time. Without studying the 1926 case, you dismiss what I said about it without studying it. Let's put that on the table. I meant, so look at you just without studying the case, without reading it at all.
I'm going to study it.
No. I'm saying, but no. I'm saying, so therefore, there's nothing for you to dismiss anything about it before you first study it, and that's what I want you to do. Brother, I respect that. I respect that.
Killer of law here. You're talking about killer of law.
No, brother. No, I'm saying the fact that you said you're going to study it. Just let me keep it at that. So I'm going to move on. You say you're going to study it. All right.
But you talking
Who
about
else
one
has a
thing,
question? Anton, you gonna study that, honey?
Yeah,
Who's
because bottom line, it don't make sense.
We have Moors in America here, but I did want to say this here. You did bring up the Dawes Rolls in the 1800s, which lasted to 1907. Okay. Well, within that, we know that they started to take over the tribe's body with these implants. You also had the Curtis Act, which came up and washed up the rest of that land from the Dawes Rolls. And following that, you had what's called the Reorganization Act. Well, they went in and it started being traditional. And the U.S. started to take over the nations. So, and instead of the bloodline coming through a chieftain bloodline of your people and the chieftain, that comes down to you. You inherit that. Well, they took it and turned it into more like the United States, where it became a voting system. That way, they were able to put the people that they wanted in place. So, if 1926 comes after 23 and with all this take place, the people that are signing these are not actually the actual people. And so I did want to point that out. Moors in America, you hear what you got? Curious to hear what you have to say.
Peace. Islam. I'm just listening, and I just really just came in just now, so I'm just trying to get a feel for the conversation. Peace.
Peace.
I have
brother,
a question.
Peace.
I have another question, Brother Abdullah. So, like, aside from the Peace and Friendship Treaty, right? What other treaties would you say has advanced the Moorish sovereignty, that has actually, that has advanced the movement? Is there another treaty that is just as important?
You have the 1850
that has legitimacy in the court of law.
All right, in world court, yes, the 1856 treaty between Great Britain. It's a general treaty between Great Britain and Morocco. 1856. In the 1952 case, then in the International Court of Justice between France and the United States. I'm going to give you a point here. This is a most favorable nation. France sued the United States in International Court of Justice for France made the claim that she had the most favorable nation status. France used 3 types of treaties. Brought forth the first type of treaty that France stood on was the Moorish bilateral treaties, between Morocco and 10 European powers between 1631 and 1892. France stood on Moorish treaties to win her case. That's a stare decisis case.
Can I ask a question?
France stood on Moorish treaties to win her most favored nation case against the United States.
Oh, gee, I'm confused because France is the ones that when we go to Charles Martel defeated the Moors. These were friends. This is the grandfather. You had Pepe come, then Pepe II had Charlemagne. Charlemagne them came. These guys fought.
You're missing my point though, brother. I was talking about the power that's to the sister, brother. I'm answering the sister question about Moorish treaties, the power of Moorish treaties. Brother. I'm not brother.
I apologize.
Brother, you're not gonna brother. You're not. I'm not brother. Brother, I don't. You're not gonna
explaining it.
I just said I apologize.
Yeah, he explaining the Topcatz. He actually telling you where they come from.
All right, I can ask a question.
Nah, let the elder finish.
All right. I was.
He didn't finish answering.
I gave the sister a case in the 1952 case. France used Moorish treaties, Moorish bilateral treaties with France, with Portugal and Great Britain and Sardinia and Denmark and France between 1631 to 1892. I'm showing the power of Moorish treaties. To this day, they use those treaties to win their most favored nation case. We can use that case as a stare decisis case because you have Moors, you have conscious Moors who make the claim without evidence, without presenting any proof or anything. They just do make the statement that those treaties are old and therefore they're no good. So I use the case to prove they're wrong by saying that.
And in that case, they used another.
They use.
One second,
brother.
One second, I just want to clarify this.
Hey, y'all jump on the live blast report the show.
Stare decisions. He's using words a lot of people don't know.
Standing decision. Standing decision. Stare means standing. From the STA means standing. Decisive decision. Standing decision. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
So for the court cases, did they use another treaty than the peace and friendship? And if so, which treaty did they use?
They used three types of treaties. The second type of treaty is the conventions. The Act Protect Morocco in 1880 and the Act of Algeciras in 1906. The third type of treaty is the Fez Treaty in 1912, and also in the Act of Algeciras, it states that when it comes to European questions concerning Morocco, the United States has no jurisdiction. Because France had long-standing relationships with Morocco, going back to the 1500s.
That's true.
Yeah, but
can I ask a
what
question?
These people though?
Hey, brother.
All right, because he's been talking a lot about that Moorish
People
dynasty.
are the primary source.
The one he's talking
Like,
about, when you're talking about, you got to understand the different dynasties. The one he's talking about is the Alawi dynasty. Is that dynasty what we consider black people today, or would that dynasty be considered what we call white people today?
There's no such people. There's no such people. There's no such people.
I mean, what we're referred to today, someone like me will refer to, when I refer to this person, this King Abdullah, this treaty, is he someone I would consider a black person, or is he someone I would consider a white person?
There's no, all right, you're talking, all right. Don't hear me out, but please, let me, brother. Brother.
No,
finish my question. All right, let me finish
one mic. It's one mic.
Okay, brother, I understand the question, brother. I understand the question. I understand. Brother, I understand the question, brother.
Hey, drop him down again. Get him.
I understand the question.
You got to mute, bro. Let him talk.
Yeah, you got to mute him, or you got to put him in the back if he's not going to respect one.
So I can't.
You asked your
I understand the question. I understand the question, brother. Let me answer the question.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, brother.
All right. This is for those who will be listening. He's speaking in terms. Can you hear me? Because somebody
clear, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Hear you.
He's speaking in terms of Francois Bernier. When he says black and white, I do understand the question. This is for those who will be listening. So when he says black and white, considered black or white person, he's speaking in the terms of the Nouvelle Division de la Terre, new division of Earth, that was established by Francois Bernier in the 1680s. Black, brown, red, and yellow. All right, that's what he's speaking in. That's the source. The source of that thought, the source the thought that he's speaking goes back to the 1680s with Francois Bernier. All right, so he's saying that somebody look like Donald Trump or somebody look like Wesley Snipes. All right, so depending on the time period, because you once again. You can clearly you can clearly see in the literature, in the coat of arms, and also statues that these are dark skinned all throughout Europe.
King Abdullah, there's a picture of him. We can see it.
All right. So I'm saying, depending on the time period, and also looking at those images, that they show on internet that look like they're pale, but if you look at the statues and coat of arms, it doesn't match. The statues and coat of arms or the Moors don't match the pictures that they're showing on the internet.
The Alawi dynasty. I'm asking, is that what we call a white dynasty or a black dynasty? Simple.
That they right now today they look like Donald Trump.
Sir, I said the Alawi dynasty. This is the dynasty that you're talking about. The dynasty.
They look like Donald Trump because brother. They look like Donald Trump today because
what they look like today. I'm asking you what they look like then when the treaty was signed. What did the Sultan Abdullah look like?
Treaty? What treaty? What treaty? The treaty's doing
the first one that America signed with Morocco, the very first one.
Last question, sire.
Yes, so I'm asking, was that dynasty, was that Sultan Abdullah and that Alawi dynasty, is that a dynasty that we would consider Moorish black people today, or is that a dynasty that we would at that time and say, oh, that's a white dynasty? That's the question.
All right.
Difficult.
No, brother. Brother.
Pull the pictures.
Brother, it's a Moorish dynasty. There are Moorish dynasties, brother. Like that. What happened? You have European. Let me, brother. Freedom. Can you drop him, please?
Yes, I am trying.
Drop him, please. I won't drop him drop him, Freedom, because I can't. This is not this. I'm not doing that.
Okay. Okay. Who else? Oh, look now. Truth. Now he done made my head spin all over the place, and the phone.
Right. So all right. You have in mixing. Yep. You have European. You have Moors that look like me, that brought Europeans that look like Hillary Clinton into their helms. You had European women that were placed on auction blocks. I'm putting in the context now. You got to put it in historical context.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question.
So why did it come to look like Hillary Clinton today? Because it's still the same people. It's the same. I'm talking about the bloodline. It's still the same. It's the same bloodline, but because of Moors that look like me, having Europeans, 20 of them, 30 or 40 of them in the Moorish helm. That was a lot of that was going on. So over a period of time, then you started what they call bleaching out. But it's the same bloodline, though.
Well, let me ask you a question, because this has been something I know Sankofa wanted to ask you. Are we Africans at all?
Our nationality is Moor.
I'm just saying, are we from Africa? Put it like that. From the
All right, then
continent.
that's two different. That's two different questions. Then
I said
that's
just
a different question.
okay. Can I say that
Go ahead.
were we always on these lands, which means that we have no idea where we came from, or are we from that particular continent?
As I answered about 2 hours ago, I went into the tremendous Moorish sea power in the Atlantic framework. The Moorish sea power, where the Moors and the Ottoman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. The Ottoman Empire and the Moroccan Empire was seizing the ships of France and Portugal and the Netherlands and the Dutch Republic.
That's how we know they were the same people. That's how
so
we know
this so the Atlantic framework.
That's how we know
when you have those who write about the Atlantic framework and even the Moorish presence, they write one sentence or two or three sentences. So the Moorish connection and Moorish power has been suppressed. When you bring the Moorish power, when unearth the Moorish power, it gives you a different conclusion. So I put a lot of focus on so that is bringing forth the Moorish power.
I just don't want you to answer it like that. I'm sorry, Abdul. I really don't.
No. Sister, no. Like,
I'm not going to understand it that way.
No. So hear me out, Freedom. I don't. The reason why I'm coming this way is because you have conscious Moors who make the claim, they'll make statements that the slave trade didn't happen. They'll do that. I'm being tactful. I don't want us to be shut down like that by saying, "Oh, the slave trade didn't happen." No. So I'm being strategic.
But no. Wait a minute.
No. I have to do it. No. Because it's no freedom.
So, brother,
I'm being strategic. Just hear me out, y'all, please.
Okay, no. Hear me out for 1 second, because you're not answering.
I am answering the question. I'm being strategic about
these lands for thousands of years before the Atlantic slave trade.
And I'm showing you that we have been by presenting evidence of examining, because you have to break down that transatlantic slave trade, because that's a weapon. That's a war weapon that they've used against us. The Atlantic slave trade, because they got our people thinking that we came from somewhere else. So if I can break that down, kill it through logic and reasoning, through evidence, that's where I'm coming from. Freedom.
Uh-huh.
The Moors involved in the transatlantic slave trade, the Moors that left the Iberian Peninsula, they got put out after 1492 and 93 with the
Moors enslaved Europeans. Moors was in wars. When I'm saying I'm saying that I am challenging the transatlantic slave trade, but I'm not. So I'm coming from a strategic way, and I'm saying that the Moors were also put in slavery, right? For over 10,000 Moors. 10,000 Moors were put in slavery in Palermo and Livorno during the 1500s. Moors were 600 years of records by as I said this before you came on, the Trinitarian, because a lot of this I said already before y'all came on. The Trinitarian and the Mercetarians, there's 600 years of records of that whereby the Moors had hundreds of thousands of Europeans in slavery. So the Moors had Europeans in slavery as well.
We understand that, and also West Africans.
But I'm saying that the context. But why am I saying that? But I'm saying that to what? Get our people to re-examine the transatlantic slave trade claim.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's why I'm saying it.
We killed this. We don't believe in the transatlantic slave trade.
But see, but I don't want to say it like that though. I don't see. I'm saying this.
No,
I don't want. Hear me out, brother. I don't want to say it like that, because what's going to happen? I don't want people listening to me. I don't want people to say, Abdullah said they will do it, brother.
Topcatz
They
said
will
it,
do
and
it.
if anybody got a problem, go put your shoes on.
No,
And
no,
y'all,
no, 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 brother, no, brother.
it's
Brother, we want to
escalated.
empower
No,
the
it's
people,
Wait a
brother.
minute.
escalated.
So we
Escalated.
don't. Why do we have to romance it? We don't need to romance.
Yeah.
Peace, Sister Freedom. Can I say something? And
Yeah.
can I share my screen?
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm trying to pull something up. I want to
But I
share
don't
some
even know who's
sources
talking, but
and
I thought it
answer
was
some of
going
these
through
questions.
Erica. Who is that? Anton?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Moors in America.
Okay, peace. So yeah, I'm trying to share this document. So I want to share some sources and answer some of the questions.
This is gonna be
people were
bad.
asking. Did the Moors
This is gonna be
participate in the slave trade? Usually when people talk
But
about
first of all, let's make sure we get past the fact that some people believe that it didn't happen. Some people believe partly that it happened.
Exactly.
All right, I'm just let me tell you.
I think we can agree that it didn't happen the way they told us. So we're all at that point, and now he's just showing a source, so we don't have to go further into that.
Yeah, so definitely, so good. So this will answer the question about the participation as far as like who the Moors enslaved, and also this will answer the question because somebody kept asking the brother Abdullah. They basically wanted to know the skin color of the Moors, and this will give you some insight into that too. So we're looking at Sea Power. This is an old naval magazine, and in here they're talking about a visit that some
Can you tell us the date of this article?
Yeah, so this was written, this was published in 1918, but this article is from the early 1800s.
What's early 1800s?
By Edgar.
Can you edify what exactly?
Yeah, Edgar Stanton.
What exactly?
Clay,
What part of the 1800s?
author of A History of the United States Navy. And the date on here is 1803.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not going to read the whole article. I'm just picking out a few points. But this is talking about a couple of American diplomats that were sent over to North Africa, over to Morocco to pay tribute to they described them as a black leader. The black governor.
20th century, right?
No, they were talking about delegates that were sent in the 1700s, almost 1800s.
Can we get a specific date, time? Because that way, how my mind worked, and for its chronology, I study people and who's in power at what time, and so I think that'll help me be able to follow the story a little better. Instead of saying 17 something, what time exactly in the
1798?
1798. Okay, so the U.S. This would be the early origins of the U.S. and the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. And this USA and Morocco allegiance will be coming about, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they're sending the USS George Washington into the port in Algiers. And then they have 3 diplomats that are representing President John Adams as a sovereign power of the United States. They're going across the Atlantic with a cargo of tribute money and military stores to present to the Dey of Algiers. They're going to describe what he looks like. Like right here, it says they're paying an annual tribute to the black potentate. Now, the article is going to explain how they feel bad about doing this because those Moors who they describe as being dark-skinned have thousands, tens of thousands of European slaves.
Okay.
All right.
European, but black European or white European?
No, they're talking about having pale-skinned European slaves there. Now, there's another book called The Golden Compass. And in this book, it tells you that the modern day Arabs that you see that you would, that look like pale-skinned Europeans, that they come from the amalgamation of the dark-skinned Moors with these European slaves. A lot of them, some of them were able to gain their freedom by converting to Islam.
Yep.
If people don't know this, they don't know this history. It's like Moors, they want to say that the Moors were enslaving dark-skinned people. The Moors were enslaving Europeans.
That's right.
And this is a known fact. This is on the record.
Weren't some Europeans are dark-skinned? Majority
Yes,
Europeans
some Europeans were dark-skinned, but listen to this.
Okay.
a lot of the Europeans that were dark skinned, they had to flee where? Europe. Where did they go? They went into North Africa. They went into different parts of North and West Africa. They also went into the Americas. They weren't in a position of power. They weren't coming to enslave anybody. They had to get out. They were fleeing persecution. So why would people want to turn these people who's fleeing persecution, who's actually fighting against the Catholic Church, fighting against the Pope?
Okay,
You know?
well, I ask you this
But
question.
that's your enemy because they
What?
Moors.
No, sir.
And
Well,
we
my
all
question to
anti-Moor.
that would be this, because you're saying that those are white people, right? Well, in 1751, Benjamin Franklin wrote The Observation of Mankind, where they were speaking about immigration coming over. In that, he said the amount of white, fair-skinned people in the world are very little to none. So for you to say that these people 20, 30 years later, a mass production of white people is now all of us, population of white people are now all of a sudden on the planet, don't go with the records of that day. Okay.
Bro, the amount of people with that skin color is still slim to none. Everywhere you go in the world, you
Okay,
see
so how do
people-
we know that they're talking about
Ain't
white
nothing
people? Do we
changed.
have a role? Do we have a role of the people that, because we know that the Europeans kept roles of their subjects that they had. So is there like a role or anything, a ship manifest with the people on them? Because there are plenty of European manifests that are identifying the people, age, their occupation, the where they come from, their height, the color of their eyes, the color of their skin. So do you have any of those records saying that, or this is just your interpretation of what this 20th century source is saying?
So you're saying records of people being sent to the Americas? What
How
are
do
we
you
talking
know
about?
that they're pale skin? Is this article saying
You're
that
saying
they're pale
records
skin?
of the Europeans that
No,
came
I'm
into
asking,
the
do this
Americas?
record, is this source that you pulled up, the 20th century source, is it stating specifically that the slaves were a white population?
Yes.
And it says
I
it
didn't
here.
get to that
Can you
part,
show
but
it
it
to us?
says that in here.
Can you show that to us?
So okay, so moving forward, this is just describing them. As I said, they're sending this to the Day of Algiers. They describe him as the black potentate.
I thought black
Right.
is dead in law.
This is, coming from Europeans, and they describe him as a shaggy beast. They describe him as a black potentate. They kissed his black hand. He made them walk up all of these stairs on their knees and crawl to him, and they're coming to pay him tribute. Right? So he's embarrassing
That
them.
sound like
doing all this
BDSM.
stuff.
We got him crawling. Do we got a collar on? My bad, job.
Can I ask the question to you,
What you
Moors
know
in
about
America?
BDSM?
Woman,
And
you don't know me.
And also to brother Abdullah Bey, because I have a question about this. I kind of alluded to it earlier and it wasn't really answered. So where I'm getting a lot of confusion, and I have studied a lot of this stuff, so just preference that. That at 1 minute we're saying that these people did everything to misguide who we really are, and change the name from Moor to Indian, use black, colored, Negro, all these things that they did to hide our nationality. And in the next moment we're saying that we're using these people to prove our nationality.
Hey,
is
superior.
Moors.
What they say, make it nasty.
Isn't
Make
it
it
important to
nasty.
have the actual people in themselves to
Superior.
identify
Hey,
as
what that
Moors?
song say?
And
Make
then
it
how do
nasty.
we
Make
know
it
if we know
nasty.
they've done so much of a paper trail to
T-shirt
hide
guy,
our
what up, though?
identity when we're using these sources? Why wouldn't we include more in that hiding who we are?
What's up, Trees?
To who you want to answer that question, Dulcie?
Oh, I would say Moors in America and Abdullah Bey.
Where's Abdullah at?
Abdullah
I think
dropped
he
off.
dropped off, but he
He
should be
said y'all
coming
gave
back.
him a hit. He gone.
And I'm just letting all y'all know, yes, we are Indian. But if I find out that the Moors is about to get some big money, I'm sorry, y'all.
Oh, whatever. If they give me money,
we gonna
I'm
be
whatever
Moes, huh?
I need to sign up at that day. But after that day, I ain't
Yeah.
anymore. I'll be white.
I want to go marry me a white woman. I'm
Somebody
made a
to be
statement.
white.
Is
I
the
would be white
Moors
that
want to
day, I
give
would
the
be a white woman.
Indian, Aboriginals, Native Americans some money? Now,
I'm gonna get my
land.
inheritance to go get a white woman. I'm going the whole Moorish route. You know, Moors love white women. I'm getting my
I
Moorish
rebuke
heritage,
that
and I'm
in the name
sharing it
of
with a
Jesus.
I
white woman.
rebuke that. I rebuke
I
it.
rebuke that in the
That's
name
your
of
opinion.
Jesus.
Y'all gotta work.
I mean, if I playing Moorish,
better
the government might look at me and they expecting me to have a white woman like the Moors.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm going all the way Moorish. Okay.
That's
deep.
you know, that's your opinion, bro.
Okay, so Moors didn't have them white women in the castle.
I mean, some of them
Okay,
did.
go.
You know,
Moors are
not
synonymous with
everybody.
white women. So when we see those,
Look, wait, hold on. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. If one guy, if one guy has like 20 of them, then it seems like everybody did, right? But everybody else didn't do that.
Athletes, when they get their contracts, they get a white wife. Those are the Moors. Yeah, that
is not. Stop.
I mean, because Black European, that's how they so compatible.
They
with
always
them.
say that though.
Yeah, they compatible.
For real.
The Moors say that about themselves, that they loved white women so much. They
Yeah.
always say
That's
that.
deep.
But
They love the snow bunny.
That is crazy.
Moors
I
in
don't know where
America,
this is
how do
coming
we
from.
know?
Me,
I don't know where
We got a source on this.
Yeah, 1 second, because I want him to answer the question. How do we know which Europeans to use as sources and which ones are trying to hide our identity? How come the Moors always use the same Europeans to prove that they're Moors?
He didn't come back on yet, babe. But
no, that's Moors in
Wait, that's
America. He's right there. Moors in America is right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. That makes sense. You know, how can you even trust, you know, if this is right? So when you're saying sources, like, what are you talking about? Like the treaties and stuff? Like, what are you talking about?
Say a white woman
I
is
can't
a
get a
Moorish
combo
woman.
In law,
like
when you're
30
talking
minutes ago.
about when you're talking about the laws that you're talking about, they're always by these European governments. That's who's presenting these laws to you. This international law. It's never presented to you even by a Moor. It's
By
not
a Moor,
an Islamic law. It's a European law. It's saying that Mexico, ancient Mexico is Mauritania, or saying, oh, the Moors did this or that. It's always European laws.
And when they were doing that, they were speaking to each other. They weren't trying to put us on notice. It's not like they were trying to tell us.
Say
Like,
us, who is us specifically?
it wasn't like they were trying to leave they weren't trying to leave breadcrumbs for us to put us on notice. They were speaking to each other when they were saying that stuff.
Okay,
it's just like when you had that one Alabama senator who called us Aborigines. He wasn't telling us that. He thought he was speaking in private. He didn't know he was on a wiretap, you know?
Okay,
So
well, let me ask you this here question.
like that,
then,
they're
brother.
not doing it for us. They're not trying to help us.
No problem. Let me ask you this question. Are you a Tariq Bey? His message is that you have to be more about pedigree, meaning your bloodline, in your genealogy, someone has to be found Moor. Do you have what Moorish tribe do you come from?
Okay, so if you asking me this question,
yes, sir,
this might not be acceptable by everybody, but I'm gonna say,
no, I accept your honesty.
I'm gonna just tell it from my point of view. Not all, most of the indigenous tribes, the people that you would say is of African descent in the Americas, you know, North, South, Central America, even in different parts of the world, in you know, Africa, from my perspective, would be Moors.
Yes, sir. But my question was, what Moorish tribe are you from?
I
just said it's all encompassing.
You should call Abdullah while they're talking.
I've been calling.
Let him go. Let him go, y'all. He had it. Come on, y'all didn't.
I've been calling and calling his phone.
Yeah, he gone. Let him go, y'all. He had enough.
Brother was sweating and fighting.
You know, it's all encompassing for me, because when you go to most of these,
so this should just be your personal.
Can I just
opinion.
finish this one? Can I just finish this one train of thought to answer that? So you don't have to agree, but from my perspective, it's all encompassing, because when you go to most of these tribes, whether it's the Eastern Woodland, so-called Indians, or even going down throughout Central South America, most of them trace themselves back to somewhere else, to an older, more ancient civilization.
And what do we
All right.
find this
And in
information?
some of those ancient civilizations, they still tie themselves back into what probably gonna sound like mythology to most of y'all, but they tie themselves into
Only one person at a time. If
What'd
y'all
you say?
if y'all keep
They-
going,
they
I'm
tie
about to
One
try
mic,
to
y'all. One mic.
So they all tie themselves back into an ancient civilization, you know, going back to whatever you want to call it. Atlantis, you know, some people call that, just say that's mythology, but you have people that tie themselves back into that. And you know, you could be talking about the Mayans.
So
you
where
know,
was
so-
Atlantis, brother? Where was Atlantis located?
well, if you asking me, I'm gonna tell you it's in North Africa, Mauritania, where the Eye of Sahara is today, and all of that was connected.
So you
and so
agree
that
that
part of the
Moors are
world,
from
hold
North
up,
America?
that part of the world
North Africa.
would have been connected to Florida or to the southeast.
North Africa is connected to Florida, really.
We have maps that show that. I mean, look, this is
but we have airplanes that prove that map is wrong.
it's not connected.
That is a
It's not
cookie map of
right
lies.
now.
And just a question:
Obviously,
are you
there's
getting
an
that
ocean
from
right
a
there.
book? Are you getting that from a James W. Lee book called One World, Tartanians?
No.
Is that where you're getting that?
No,
Is there
actually,
another source that has that?
No, actually, I'm getting this from Peter Tompkins' book, Mysteries of the Pyramids, where the Aztecs tell their creation story, their origin story, which they got actually from the Olmecs, and they talk about how their people came across the Great River, and they describe the area that they came from as being circles of land, 7 circles of land with the island in the center. That's the same story that Plato got from the Egyptians talking about Atlantis. And you can see that area is still over there in Mauritania, the Eye of the Sahara. And that whole thing that
So what year did y'all get to America? If y'all are coming from that area you speaking about,
I'm
the 7
confused,
islands,
man,
what
for
year did
real.
y'all get to America?
So that's another thing. Everybody didn't just leave at one time. You had some
Okay,
people
well, what
that
year
left.
was the first migration and what year was the last migration? How about that?
Brother, we're talking about something that happened.
I mean, if
thousands
you
of
know
years
that much,
ago.
then you should know this answer because it goes
No.
with it goes with it. It's the edification for the answer.
I don't think anybody could ever know Topcatz.
Nobody can.
I mean, well, then,
yeah, I
you can't
mean,
take that. That
Let
wouldn't
me
be
ask you a
accepted
question.
in the
the
court of
only
law.
thing, the only
Wait a
thing
minute,
you
do
could
you
do
think
is
that
just make a
anybody can know how long?
educated guess.
Wait a minute, Morris from America, Topcatz. Do you think anybody would have the knowledge of how long dark people been on these lands?
Well, it wouldn't be dark people. It'd specifically be the Moors, and we do have an origin for the Moors, which would be in the 6th century. So,
but wait a minute. But he's saying this is the part that everybody keep missing. They're saying that Moors are just dark people.
no, ma'am. But Sister Freedom, understand this here though, Mama. He also said that they are coming from North Africa. He's saying that they're migrating from North Africa, coming to America.
Who said that?
Hold up,
Moors in
hold
America
up.
just
North
said.
America just said
This,
that.
I said that it was connected. This is North Africa. This is Northwest Africa from my perspective.
But I have to take.
Well, I was trying to tell you that
for
North
hours to
Africa
get
was
to North
connected
Africa
to.
today.
I don't.
Well, I was trying to tell you that, you know, possibly North Africa was connected to Florida,
So
and
this
you
is a
don't
theory.
believe that. You was
No,
like,
no,
nah,
I'm okay.
that
This
ain't
is
true.
your personal opinion,
And so that's
and you let us
that's
know
my
that this
opinion.
is
You
your
don't.
personal opinion. Yes, sir.
That's
I
my
respect
opinion.
it.
You don't have to agree.
Right,
But that's
I
what I was
respect
saying.
it.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
So
just
that
So I have
means
another question.
everybody
More than
didn't
America.
necessarily
One at a
migrate.
time, y'all. Because Dulcie, what was you saying, Dulcie?
I wanted to ask him about this. Peter, does Peter happen to be white, and is he from a Masonic lodge?
That's yeah, I know the dude that wrote the Mexican mysteries pyramid, whatever, Mexican pyramid mystery book. Yeah, he's of European descent, but I don't know if he's like in a lodge or anything, but I do know that he actually went to the Yucatan. He went to the Yucatan. He actually went in these areas. He wasn't just writing from stuff off the internet like the other book that you was mentioning. You know, this dude was actually going into areas and doing the you know, excavations.
Well,
I got a quick question.
And then right after, just so I can explain why I asked in the Masonic Lodge, is because we're here where we're saying we can't believe these undone people, and then we're turning around and saying this undone person gave us a book and gave us our information. So I'm confused. Like, when is it when we're
The whole thing
believing
is
them? When are
confusing
we
me.
not believing them? Like, when are they coming against us to try to hide our identity? Because they were trying to hide our identity when they called us Indians, but now they're being truthful when they're saying that we're Moors and that the world was connected and this is Northwest Africa and the ancient mound builders. So I don't understand how we're tying it and saying 1 minute they're liars, you can't believe them, all this other stuff, and then the next minute we're presenting an undone person source to say this is why we're the Moors.
Yeah, you always have to use your head to discern and to see what is good, what you can use and what you can't. Now, as far as answering some of that, like for some of these people, especially those who are in esoteric societies like the Rosicrucian order, they're making these books for themselves. They're not putting this out here for us. They definitely ain't bringing it to the hood. They're not making cartoons out of it. They don't have rappers promoting it. They make these little obscure books for each other, and we don't even know about it. Most of us have never even heard of this stuff. So they could put it out here for themselves, and it might only sell like a couple thousand copies, and they good. It'll be in the Rosicrucian libraries, and it won't even be in any school curriculums or anything because they're making it for themselves.
Well, Moors in America, didn't y'all have the Moor science first, and y'all left the European, these white people, as the custodians to the information, though?
Now, you said the Moor science fairs?
No, the science, Moor science. Didn't y'all the science? Didn't y'all?
It wasn't just
give y'all
the
science
Europeans,
to the
brother.
European.
It wasn't just the Europeans. Civilization was brought to everyone in the world.
I'm talking about because they said the Moors were falling, right? And Brother Abdullah teaches this. The Moor when the Moors fell, before they fell, they left the Europeans as the custodians to the information, brother. So you're saying they're writing this for themselves. Why don't we see Moors writing it? Because they're the authors of the information and they're the people they're talking about.
I thought he's
starting to happen now.
I mean, he couldn't. Well,
it's
that's why
starting to
about
happen
that,
now.
though, Sister Freedom. Because
I thought he said they just taught them stuff.
No,
but
man, that would contradict what Moors in America is saying now. And because, like Doshi said, we only see these people who they're telling us not to trust, and the people that took over, that basically took over the Moors. If we're not to trust them, and he's saying that they're writing the literature now, but didn't they get the literature from the Moors? So why don't we see Moors writing this type of literature, this correct literature? A lot of the information we see with an L or a Bay on the end of it is misinformation or some pseudo stuff that cannot be proved today. Respectfully, no disrespect, but a lot of it is made up.
True. Yeah,
like Montezuma.
All of this stuff is made up. A lot of it, all over the place. But can I ask you a question, Topcatz, please? When we were talking about the Atlantic slave trade, you don't believe it at all, or do you believe that not that many people came over, or do you believe it was something like that?
No, ma'am. I understand it very well. The transatlantic slave trade happened in the sense of did people migrate from one continent to another? Yes, that happened. Was it Africans, millions of Africans leaving? No, that did not happen. The exploration to Africa didn't start to June the 9th, 1788. And so that right there will kill the whole notion of the transatlantic slave trade, because 1807, 1808, the Trade Embargo Act, which ended the transatlantic slave trade, that it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't answer. Another thing I would say that it was created through literature. It was created through literature because when we go back to find the first people who wrote about the transatlantic slave trade, I want to point this out. Most literature that we get on the transatlantic slave trade doesn't happen in the time that it's happening. It happens in the 20th century. Most of the literature comes from the 20th century, and everyone's regurgitating off this one specific particular author that wrote a narrative back in the 1600s. Now, a lot of these people don't know that, but they better not get in the ring with Big Chief, because I spank them. I put them on my feet and spank them.
And y'all, I'm
More.
telling y'all,
Can I have a question? I have a
I
question.
brought up
I have a question.
I'm just trying
Moors
to
in America. Let me ask you a quick question.
plane. Can I land my plane? I
Okay,
was just saying it because most of the time when they're showing things on the different channels, it's movies. It's like being skits of movies, cartoons that them been drawn up. Well, you know, all over YouTube,
right?
All over YouTube. Very seldom do you hear people of color telling a story. Most of the time, it is undone people telling the whole story. So that's why I was just wondering what you thought that you know how you
Yes,
thought
ma'am.
about
I end on this here because some people have said that it happened. Well, if it happened, the primary source would be the people. So since the people are not here to speak for themselves, then their descendants should be here with their hand raised and is showing proof that their family actually went through this horrific event. You should know your ancestor and the whereabouts where you came from in your tribe. And if you don't know those, then you cannot be a primary and you cannot
Peace,
stand
brother.
here
Can
and
I
try to
say one thing to what you're saying, brother?
No. It's Dots next, and then Bailey-Oso.
and not even none of my African friends can tell me that their family even ever told them any stories. The only way
don't believe that transgender.
they got it in books and schools, but they never told them that any of their family members that they can go back and say, like, grandmom, do you remember hearing stories from great grandmom? And it's nothing. Anytime I ever ask them, anytime.
But
They
Dots,
said they
why
learned
before
about it
you
in school.
go, Sister Freedom, I need to tell you, with Saya, there's 3 dots on the upper right hand corner.
Let me see.
Yeah,
Oh,
click on
Saya.
those 3 dots and then hit ban from studio. You see that? Okay, do that.
Wait a minute,
So he can't go up. Keep coming on here. So you see the 3 dots on
Yeah,
the
but
top right hand?
wait a minute, the 3 dots, wait a minute. It says the band from the studio has something else connected to it. I can just kick them from the studio.
Okay, yeah, kick him.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dots. So sorry.
That's okay. We said that a long time ago.
Got the 3 dots,
I
and
know.
then we got dots.
No pun intended. That part. Okay. All right. So Moors in America. I have a question. I have a question for you. And I'm going to ask you the same question I had asked Brother Abdullah earlier. So when you claim, so as a Moor claiming that as your nationality, you know, what nation do you attach that to today in 2024? That's my first question for you. And my second question would be, have you or do you know anybody who have claimed Moor as their nationality and have actually been successful, let's say, in a court of law, where there's some legitimacy that comes from that?
Okay, peace. So the first part of the question, like the claiming the Moorish American as our nationality, as our line of descent. Okay, the nation. Where is the nation? Our nation is right here, and unfortunately, it's in a disarray. So we're not in denial about that. It, you know, we're similar to other people in the world, like the Palestinians. They don't have control of the land, you know. So we're in a position now where we're working to build our communities up and begin to actually build our nation. And not only that, but we have to educate our people and, you know, begin to build up our, you know, pride and all of these things that we need to do. So we're in a position where we're working to build up our nation, but our nation is right here. We're not trying to say that we're supposed to be over there somewhere. It's right here. And then as far as people being successful in court, like, I guess that depends on what you mean. Cause like, ain't nobody supposed to be out here, you know, breaking the law and doing illegal stuff. They doing stuff like that, you know, I don't know what they want. Cause like, the people that's trying to go to court and argue jurisdiction, it's like, fool, we trying to build our nation. Where are you trying to go? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying.
They're trying to go to Morocco.
They're
trying to go to Algiers, like Grenada, Tunisia. They're trying to go to these places where the Moors are from. They're trying to go to Senegal.
Some people do like do a whole bunch of paperwork and stuff, and somehow they get over in court. It's because they confusing the courts and the courts. You know, when they start to catch on to that stuff don't even work. So that stuff has nothing to do with building a nation beginning to build up your economy, beginning to take control, of your local governments and working from there, building up your own economic system. So,
Well,
anything else is just fantasy talk.
Well, I got a question. I want to follow up behind what Dots was talking about.
Wait, hold
Now-
on, because Bailey also been trying to get into.
Okay.
Hey, peace, brother. Moors in America. So I heard you say something about the Rosicrucians, like they might put like some in the book like this to their people that I guess to you contains truth or whatever. Did you say something like that?
I mean, they into the esoteric nature, like, yeah, you can say
Okay,
that.
so you say yeah. So I would tell you that secret orders like they have echelons of truth, right? People of enlightenment, right, or whatever. And so to like the lower tier, they will put lies in a book until they reach those certain degrees and echelons of the society, right? So just because you get a hold of a certain book from a certain secret order doesn't mean you have the truth, or they put the truth in there just because it's for their people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then sometimes it can be in there, but the most people that read it aren't going to see what they're actually saying because it's encoded
Right.
terms.
So you couldn't expect to have, just because you have a from the Rosicrucian order or any order, you can't expect to have the whole truth, especially when they operate like that. But
but you shouldn't, in this day and age, you shouldn't think that you could just go to any one place to get all the information.
Well, brother, you didn't cross
You got to do
reference
some
it, so
work.
that's
It's not
why
like
he
you could
said
just
that.
go to first grade and be
But
good.
you only gave us one source instead
You got to
of
go
cross
through different.
referencing. You didn't
One
cross
source for
reference,
what?
so I think that was your mistake, brother.
Only
Can you
gave one
cross
source for
reference this?
what,
Do
though?
you have multiple sources on this? Do you have sources
Multiple
that
sources. That's what I'm
can
saying. Like
complement what you
multiple
just pulled?
sources on what, brother?
The information that y'all are dialoguing about right now. Do you have another
So,
source to prove that? You just pulled up a
when I
source?
was speaking about the Rosicrucians, I was just giving an
Correct.
example. I don't think I dropped any
Do you know
info
who
on
formed
that.
the Rosicrucians? Are you saying that Moors formed the Rosicrucians, brother? I hope you're not saying that.
That's your opinion. I
No,
never
man,
said
there was
that.
a question. I wouldn't do that to you, brother. That's why I asked.
I didn't say that. I mean, the Rosicrucian
Well, the
order was
Moors are
formed in
part of the
Germany.
Rosicrucians.
No, it was formed in Germany, I believe, by old Knights
What
Templar people that were trying to
what
keep that going.
were the Moors associated with the Rosicrucians?
As far as I know, they didn't form the Rosicrucians, but
Were they associated
Yeah.
with the Rosicrucians? Was my question.
no, they had their
Okay,
own.
so
The
how did
Rosicrucians
they
had their
get a
own order.
hold to the information or the history of the Moors?
Now that's a good question. You want me to answer that?
Yes, sir. That's why I asked.
Okay, so the information.
Nigga, that's why I
All right,
asked.
so if we look at the
I hit that nigga with a bad motherfucker. That's what
in
it
the
is.
so-called Holy Land over there,
Listen.
in where Jerusalem and all that stuff is now. This is where the whole Knights Templar was formed. You had
Brother, that is not true.
okay. Look.
Knights and Templars was formed at the Council of Troy, brother. That's where they were.
Yeah.
Formed.
Okay. I was thinking about the Shriners and things that actually came out of that.
No problem.
But
yeah, that's later.
Look, this is what was happening at this time when you had the Crusades. This is where the information was starting to be parted down to those people. Like you were speaking about the Europeans, Moors gave them the information. They were put through tests to see if they were worthy of getting some information. Obviously, they didn't get everything. That's why they're going all over the world excavating and trying to figure out what secrets they weren't
Okay,
told.
so with that logic, brother,
They were given something.
With that logic, what made you so confident in pulling that source that came from that guy? If you understand what you just told us, that they did not get the
So
complete
the
history.
people, look at the state of our people right now, and how we've been for the last 100 or so years.
Get off.
Even before the Europeans came over here, we were already at war with each other and doing all types.
Yes,
of
sir,
ignorant
brother. But
stuff.
then I just want to stay on the topic.
So I'm trying to make a point. I'm not
okay.
losing
No problem.
the
You
topic.
do it the
So
way you do it. I apologize.
You good, but so where our people was at, we already was
you
in
know
a
I'm
fallen
good
state.
too.
And so
Go
the
ahead, do your
information
thing. I
had to
interrupt
get
you.
passed
I
to
jab you in a
others.
few minutes. Let me look for
It got passed to not just the Europeans, but people all over the world.
like
The
who,
Europeans
brother?
were the
Like who?
last to
Can you
get
be specific?
civilized.
Like who? Like who?
You could go throughout Asia. and then go on across, throughout what they call Russia nowadays, on into different parts of Europe.
What is Moorish
They
culture?
had to be.
What is Moorish culture? Because I'm trying to see how do we identify them around the world. So cultural traits that are practices that the Moors had, we would see that in these communities that you were saying. So what did Moors eat? What is a Moorish dish? What is a Moorish recipe? What is the dish?
I mean, whatever we
You know
eating right now,
Africans
whatever we
have
was eating.
fufu, you know how
Fried
Americans have
chicken,
soul
macaroni
food.
and
Look,
cheese,
all of the
greens,
same
green
stuff.
beans,
Moorish.
sweet potatoes,
Yeah, sweet potatoes, same thing.
soul
We eating
food.
all throughout the Americas.
Wait. To say that though, because so you're saying that Seville, you're saying that Grenada, Algiers, Morocco, they cooking soul food out there?
I'm saying that it was a
Are we
worldwide
serious?
civilization. I'm saying
Yes,
that
sir. So that
the
should
Moors
be
are the create. I mean, you probably already have an idea where I'm coming from. We've spoken before. I told you about, from my perspective, that the Phoenicians, that Canaanite
I have no
Phoenician
problem
culture
with
would be
that, but
tying
I
into
want
the
to
Moors.
focus on
So,
Mauritania, Grenada, these places that
but
you named, and that was
that's
brought
not
up
where
in the
I'm limited
subject
to, though.
tonight.
That's where you're limiting it, and
But
that's where
hold
we're
on,
gonna
let's just go
disagree,
there.
no matter
It's not
what.
limited up because if we go back to the Phoenicians, then that's even further back. So I want to, we can go up to the Ottoman Empire, since that'll be more a little
hold
more
up, but hold up.
recent.
The Phoenicians aren't even just limited to that area
Brother,
where
you're talking
most
Bronze
people
Age,
limited it
brother.
to.
That is
We had the
okay.
Phoenician
So
artifacts found in Brazil,
I don't
found
have no
in New
problem
Hampshire,
with that, though,
Connecticut, all of
family.
that.
No, I don't have
So
no
the
problem with that. That's why I rather at the time of the Phoenicians, no one was called a Moor. So let's start there. Now, the origins of the Moors we see in the 6th century. Let's start there. So they actually have a origin date or a date of birth. So within that, we have the last Moorish dynasty would have been the Ottoman. So what food?
How did we get the name? That's what you should be asking, Topcatz. Where did it originate from?
Which one?
Who started? I'm just. It sounds like you're saying, where did it come from? When and where did
the
they?
Moors? Well, I know the Moors started with the rise of Islam. Islam, this whole movement of Islam starts with the Moors.
I keep telling you that's I don't.
No,
Okay, so that was the case.
Pull it up. It's
no, what I'm saying is,
that's
somebody saw a kind of people started calling us Moors, people of color.
I don't know that. I don't know who that person was. I think they just started doing that. The Moorish Science Temple movement started doing it to us. Because in the 1800s, we don't see nobody saying that. No one in 1800 is calling nobody a Moor. We see the Indian Removal Act. We see the Civil War being fought. Now, Ottoman Turks and people from the Iberian did come over and help the United States in the Revolutionary War. They sided with the United States, not with the people that were fighting against the United States to stop the expansion of the 13 colonies. All right. They helped to take over these ports and these areas of commerce. Iberian Turks, Ottoman Turks, and people that came out of these people, Moors, helped. Okay, the United States. That is clear. Anybody look it up. Look it up. South Turks in South Carolina. Look it up, and you're gonna see that they fought in the Revolutionary War against the American Indians to help the United States expand the 13 colonies and take control in the Southeast.
Yep.
That's why earlier when Brother Abdul was on, when we first started, I had. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. My alarm just went off. Give me a second.
Let me say something to the
I don't think
people
they
in the
want me here
chat
no
while
more.
it's going off, and
They got a welcome
do a
mic.
little promo real quick. This is actually a second part series, so no, we're not letting anyone overtalk anyone. But this is a series that we are doing with Topcatz, so that's why he's on. That's why he gets to ask questions, and no one has overtalked anyone but Saya, and that's why he was kicked off. But this Friday, we're actually continuing the conversation. We're going to have a Seer Duke of Tears come on Friday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. I said promo. Was I not supposed to say it?
I said it was an interesting guess.
Oh, my bad. I told everybody we were going to tell them Wednesday.
Okay, but listen. Okay, I don't want to break the wisdom. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask Topcatz. Look, it says that we've been called that. Not it's pronounced a little different. Marie different ways of saying it, but this is always, I have it all right here since the 1494.
But are the people referring to themselves as that, or is it someone else putting the label on them?
No, I think it was a label put on them. I tell my mom that all the time.
Yes,
and I don't think it was a nice label. I think it was negative.
Yeah, so that could be that's a colonizer tactic to place the label on the person to take their birthright. But the Moors speak a lot about birthright, but it has to be a Moorish identity in order for it to be a proper birthright in international law. But at the same time, we are not that. And if you take us away from our indigenous heritage, then we lose our birthright and our rights to the land. And this was one of the tactics that they used. And if someone if someone was labeled Moor, then that was a colonizer tactic, no different than what the United States did with the black Negro color that they say we're not. Well, Moor will fall in that same category.
If I could just say one thing, man, I don't think
leave me alone.
Yeah, definitely we're not trying to say that you're not Anna the wheel, or whatever tribal identity that we have. Right? That's not what it's about. It's not about taking that from people. It's about giving us a line of descent that we have real, legit claim to. It ties us back into the creators of civilization. It ties us back into the people that created
North Africa, brother. If we're gonna be honest,
it created all of these laws. It created everything that this whole system is based off of. It ties us back into that, and it's not saying that you can't. You can't have this tribal identity.
Abdullah Bey just cried up here. Respect.
Well, how long was
he taught us wrong.
How long has it been called Africa? Only since the 1700s.
That's recent. I don't even think it wasn't even the 1700s. That was a little more.
Like
recent.
The 18th.
Now we had the Royal African Company. You had the Royal African Company in the 1600s. Something called the Royal African Company, which had its ports down in South Carolina, Port Royal, Jamaica, and west coast of Africa. Okay, so we do see them setting up their ports out there. Then they had the British East Indies Company after the 1660s, which did trade out there. So those names were companies. Those countries and some of those states were companies. No different than here in America. You had John Law with the Mississippian Company. You had the Ohio Company. You had things of this nation, Massachusetts, Virginia Company, so on and so forth. Nigeria Company, the Niger Company, which became Nigeria in the 20th century. Things of this nature.
That's the reason why I'm saying things, because that's why it's so discombobulated and all over the place, because it wasn't no Africa. In the 1400s, it wasn't called Africa. And a lot of those places weren't even there, like Nigeria and all those places wasn't even there. They didn't have their colonization names yet. They didn't have them names yet.
Somebody, it's a lady in the chat that she want to talk.
Listen, the chat is chat. Yeah, I was just going to say the chat is chatting. Michaela, you're more than welcome to hit the link. Topcatz is not going to overtalk you. He's not disrespectful. He's a gentleman. And
I don't know why people are being disrespectful. It's unnecessary. It's really dumb because you can drop it. I guarantee.
I like when I come over here, y'all. That's
why
I be trying to stay away.
That's all right.
Y'all could.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
I try to stay away.
You are from your thing. They from your place. They from your thing, because I never even heard of some of the people.
I never heard of her neither.
Yeah. But
listen, I got a question for the Morris guy.
But we appreciate
I think somebody put people up to doing stuff too, when but that's
I think it's also jealousy and envy. But that's just me. I think though, not Anson. I really do. Maquella, I hope that I'm pronouncing your name correctly, sis. I would love for you to hit the link, honestly, because you was making a lot of comments in the chat, and I have some questions for you myself, and I think you'll come join.
I got a question.
Let's drop down to make room, y'all.
Topcatz and Moors in America. I'm trying to make sure I understand this, right? If the places weren't there, how are they connecting anything to places that weren't there? That's why I get my confused.
Well, the places were there, but the names weren't there.
The names weren't.
Yes, ma'am.
So how are you putting now? you know, like say, okay, even if you're saying that the Moors come from Africa, right? It wasn't no Africa in the 1400s.
Right. So we'll just name the places that they're saying.
So that's just a name we will be using since we all speaking the same
For
language and you know what
understanding.
we're talking about.
Right, for understanding.
You know? And so, like, just for the sake of this conversation, we just say North America, because if I'm saying North America is North Africa, don't nobody know what I'm talking about.
Empires. No, it was tribes, but I don't know about all that, because why wouldn't they know the kingdoms and the empires' names? Why? That don't make
We
sense.
would need to. I think that'll be a easier way to refer to it, because it wouldn't be called Africa, those empires. So if we can, so if we can refrain from overgeneralizing, we can name the names of the caliphates or these Moorish empires. They actually have names. They actually have people who ran them, real humans who live, which I feel will be the primary source. We never hear about a person. We just hear the name Moor. They never tell us about an individual. We only hear the name Moor. So can we please put a stamp on who we talking about? So
but that's the reason why that they're just putting it to dark-skinned people. That's why
I say that. That's why he say they're speaking off of what they believe and their emotions, and I agree with him. Shout out to the OG.
But that's why Abdullah Bey wasn't saying it was just dark-skinned people. He was saying it was the empires, but that's where the Al Morocco, which we can look it up and Google it, and they're gonna say it. I've gotten that source a bunch of times as well, but we can never find out when Al Morocco was. We can never find out who ran that empire. They just say Al Morocco was here. We don't have a year for it. We don't have an emperor for it.
To your phone. Wait a minute. I thought I just sent all that to your phone, or maybe I didn't.
Yeah, you can see the different tribes in Venezuela and Nicaragua. Some of these different places they refer to the land as Amérique.
There was Moors in America, but I asked specific questions. When was it, and who ran it?
What you saying? When was America? Al Morocco.
Al Morocco, and who was the?
When was America? Al Morocco.
Yeah.
Like 1786 or something about the. It says right here, it was 1786, I guess.
They saying
after America.
1786. After recognized. I'm reading it right now, Dusty. It says Morocco formally recognized the United States by signing. Look, it's confusing.
Oh yeah, that's the peace and friendship act.
That's the friend. Yeah, that's the peace and
treaty.
America
should have been established in 1776.
Right, I said it wrong. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So what happens is, a lot of these sources, these laws, these treaties, they mention it, and that's what Moors use. I was in the Moorish temple, so I understand that's what we used to use and say there was an Al Morocco. But like I've searched high and low for an actual year that this existed and an emperor, and I have never found it. So I ask everybody it, and no one has found it, from my understanding.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna find it. I mean, you can, you can possibly see the similarities in what some of the different people in different parts of the Americas called it that name, or called it Amérique or America, some derivative of that. But everybody didn't even call it that. There were tribes up here in North America that didn't refer to this land as America.
In America, are you saying we can find a primary of the people here calling it that? Or are you talking about Peter and John?
No, I'm saying you had tribes in Nicaragua and Venezuela and different places in the Americas that referred to this land as Americana or Amérique or different variations of that before the colonists came over here, but everybody didn't call it that. So maybe there was no emperor of, Al Morocco, whatever the people are trying to say.
It wasn't no empire then.
You had different small states where you had different leaders for those smaller areas, and they weren't all unified.
If you're quoting that, are you quoting that from a primary source that they called it that, or is it a secondary source that says that tribes called it that?
No, I have some secondary sources. And I'm sorry, I don't have the name right now.
Yeah,
where
and
I'm
that's
getting
what I'm
that
saying.
from.
We don't have a primary
Yeah,
source of that, so
yeah, and
that's where.
that's why we're in the state that we're in. Like our people, yeah, like we're depending on others to put this stuff together. We have to have our own research teams and go out and put it together ourselves to make this work. Because yeah, like you said earlier, we're looking at what Europeans and other people
What's
wrote.
gonna happen with the Moore situation? I don't.
But peace, Maquela. Thank you so much for coming up.
Maquela, if we're pronouncing your name right.
Yeah, correct us if we're saying it
Yeah,
wrong.
I wanted you to come on because you was writing a lot in the chat. Do you have any questions or did you want to say something? We would love to hear your voice. Go ahead.
Yeah, sister, I'm not going to interrupt you. How you doing, sis?
I'm good.
Hey,
You
sister.
pronounce my name Maquela. It's just like Michaela with a Q.
Okay.
It's my cousin named Michaela.
Doc, you said you had a question for me. I did have a lot to say in the comments.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to come up. So what is your stance in regard? Like, how do you identify? How do you identify yourself?
I identify as a Black woman, African mostly, but that's because most of my ancestry is African descent.
What you mean ancestral?
On my dad's side.
You saying that you took a DNA test and that's how you found out that? Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us which DNA test you took, Maquela?
I did ancestry.com. That's the DNA test I did. And like I was saying in the comments, it also shows that I'm Native on there. So it's like, and also I built my family tree. So that's what I was saying in the comments. So when I have everything in line with one another, I can prove that the DNA test is correct because of the people I have in my ancestry.
Okay, the people you have on your ancestor where? Here in America, right?
What do you mean here in America? Yes,
You said right. What I mean is when you said you know the people is correct because you know the people in your family, right? That's people in America, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because do you know your family in Africa? No.
I have my family tree, so therefore, and you guys are talking about the like slavery and shit. I'm not.
Wait, hold on, Sister Freedom. Hold on, Sister Freedom.
I know from my ancestry. I know from my family tree, from building my family tree for about 8 to 10 generations, that my people came from Africa, and they've been here since the 1800s. And I know that because I built my shit up to a point where I can go.
Please
look
don't
back.
cuss in the panel.
Okay, my apologies. But I built my family tree to a point where I can prove my DNA with the people that I come from.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm trying to be specific. You're saying that you did a genealogy, correct?
Yes.
And you also took the test.
Yes.
So the genealogy that you took, you know the people in your family on these lands, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but when you get to where it says you have African, they give you the tribe and the people from Africa?
No, because that's not what the test does. Period.
I think so.
That's that point. That's not what the test does. The test makes it so that you know what you are genetically. So so my dad is African descent. My mother is not. So therefore, I know where if I can put in line where my mother comes from and that type of stuff, because she is Native American, she's Filipino, she's European. Then I know that the African from my father is correct, and the stuff that I put in my family tree is correct.
Do you know what Ancestry says about the Native American DNA and why it may not show up on your actual ethnicity estimate?
Wait, what was that?
Have you ever read what Ancestry says about Native American or indigenous DNA and why it may not show up in your ethnicity
Mine,
estimate?
but mine shows up, so therefore it does. It has to be. If you're not in it, if you don't have native in you, it won't show up. Period. That's how I know. I have about 14% Native American in me, and it shows up on my DNA test.
Yeah, you know they didn't test
And
our
I have the
people.
ancestors
And you
on my
verified
tree
that
that
through
are
asking like your mom, and you were able to verify that, right? Through doing genealogy, right?
yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Right. And
But she said,
so
but
By
she said,
using my family tree, I can prove that my DNA is correct on the test.
mhm. And it took your mom to
Well,
what tribe? Since it came from your mom,
right. That's
Native American, what tribe?
It
that was the
doesn't give you
follow-up.
tribes. It tells you what areas,
Boom.
approximately,
That's
but it doesn't tell
Okay,
you
so
what tribe.
Native American, what part is she Native American from?
North America.
No, what state, Mom? It's
No,
50
no.
states here. It's not
Okay,
funny.
yeah.
Okay, what state? Oklahoma, Choctaw Nation. That's what it.
Okay, but the Choctaw not originally from Oklahoma though, Mama. That didn't happen until later.
It doesn't matter where it's originally from. That's where my ancestors are from. That's where my mom's ancestry came from. That's where my mom's dad's ancestry came from. So it doesn't really matter if that's originally where it is, because that's where my ancestors
That's where
are.
y'all end up migrating to.
Exactly.
Yeah, Maquella,
Let me say this
Maquella,
as far
I was,
as- oh, okay.
I don't think any, yeah, no. So I'm sorry. So there was I was seeing some of your comments, and it was a lot of emotion in what you were saying, and that's fine because we're talking about some serious, heavy stuff, right? That actually deals
I
with.
wish I was on a computer, because then I would just show you instead of just saying it, because I feel
Oh,
like
we have seen it before.
We believe you.
it's
We
proof
believe
in
you.
the
We believe
pudding
you.
when you see it physically rather than just hearing it word of mouth. So
No,
that's
we've
What
seen it
tribe?
before.
What tribe would this be in
you.
Africa?
Definitely believe what
That's the
you're
same
saying
question
as
I got,
far as
Topcatz.
that showed up, but with what it will say in the ancestry is because indigenous DNA doesn't always show up, because they don't have a lot of people participating that are indigenous tribes. I have a cousin actually that Yucatan comes up on theirs, but Yucatan doesn't come up on mine. And they say that is something that can happen in the ancestry test, because they don't have enough representation for it to be accurate and appear. So when it comes to even your tribal affiliations, being recognized, they do not accept DNA tests at all.
Can I just
1 second, Laquela? I just wanted to let you know, it says that they don't accept the DNA test at all as far as verifying if you're a part of the tribe. They only accept genealogy,
Especially the Choctaw.
because the DNA doesn't have all the representation. There's not enough tribes that are participating in the DNA test, and there could be a point where it does not show up.
And also, they did not test our people for American Indian. We're not listed. They didn't test "quote unquote" black people, as you labeled yourself
I
earlier.
understand that.
Well, she said her mom got white and all that
Can
stuff.
I say something real quick? I understand that it may not show up for everyone. But I say one, like I said, I've built my family tree, so therefore I know the ancestors, and they're not that far down the line to where my people are native and from North America.
Yeah, she said her
We're
mom was Filipino.
We're not saying that you're not, though, Mama. We're not.
Yeah, we believe you definitely on that. I just wanted you to understand as far as why it might not come up for other people that are. Like, some people have it in their genealogy and it's not coming up in their ethnicity.
That's okay. But what I'm saying is, if it were anywhere in your DNA, it would pop up, even if it's 2%. Do you understand? So it wouldn't just not be on there. There is enough evidence for them to put it on there. That's why I have it on my DNA test.
Okay, let me ask you this, Mama. Do you know who they went and tested?
Top, 1 second, please. I just want to say that a lot of I think the trick bag usually comes in when people feel like, or when they're assuming or hearing that they have to choose one or the other. I don't think anybody on the panel, especially not myself, is trying to, we believe you, you know what I mean? That, that's your story, your history, your people. I don't think anybody's trying to convince you, but sometimes the respect is not necessarily reciprocated on the other side. So in the same way that I could acknowledge, right, everything that you just said or what have you, when it is spoken from another point of view, it's almost like pseudo. You're not African. You're this. You're that. You know what I'm saying? That's where the emotion comes in. So I don't think anybody on the panel is trying to convince you otherwise, Maquela. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, okay, so in retrospect, what I was gonna say is that those two things are not the only things on my DNA test. And like I said, when you have a family tree that you can line up with your DNA,
except the African part. Except the African part.
No, I can line up my African ancestry.
So you know your African ancestor name. So you know your African
I
ancestor
literally
name.
tracked down my slavery ancestors.
But
like
all slaves
in my
went
family
African,
that were
mama.
slaves.
The American Indians were slaves here as well, mama. So we have to keep that in context.
Absolutely.
There was people in their
you
lifetime
slave-
who they knew was from the Americas who got marked as a slave or a freeman from
Yes, I understand.
Ghana,
I have slave
even though they was
records.
born over here.
I literally wish I was on a computer right now because I would show you guys the records I have from the ships that they brought on, except
They sound like European then.
Okay.
You're on mute, mama. You went
Wait,
on mute.
something happened. Yeah, you're on mute. Okay. Sorry, you said you have the slave records.
yes,
that show the
I
ships
have
that they came
records
on?
showing. I have a record showing of the people, literally the slave ships that they came on. I have European grandparents that owned slaves, period. I have all those records. So let it, you know what I'm saying?
Well, one day you got to come on
them,
and show
et
us
cetera.
this. One day you have to take a time and you can ask Aunt Sanko for one of our numbers.
Yep. You know, you guys, if you guys come on tomorrow, I can
I'm not
come
finished
on to show
talking.
you guys.
You hear what I said? I said just ask Sanko for my number. He'll give it to you.
All right.
Oh, you know Sankofa.
Of course, that's why. Of course she do. I could tell that.
The real Native American by DNA.
Oh, they gonna
not by
say
my
Kofa
mama.
right there. Oh, she in the white men.
Not by what my grandmama said. She's Native American by
Oh,
DNA.
she in the white men. I'm sad.
Okay. But Maquela, I have another question for you. You said you were able to get
You in
the
the
actual
white man.
slave
You hurt my heart.
ship that they were on. Were you able to actually research that slave ship? And do you know what ports it came from?
Yes.
So what port
That
did
would be
your
nice to
ancestors
see. I would
come
love to
from?
see that.
Most of my ancestors came from Nigeria.
Oh, all of ours.
Wait, you said most of them, but well, I'm confused.
Period.
You have a
She
you have
said
a
period.
slave port that it came from, so it shouldn't say Nigeria. What
There were
slave port did it
several.
say?
There were several slave ports on the coast of West Africa.
Hold
So if you want to answer that question, just
Sankofa,
Google
stop
the
showing
name of the
that.
slave
Stop
port
showing
in
that.
Nigeria.
Why are
Stop
you
showing
being
that.
I just asked a simple
Stop
question.
showing that.
Because you guys try to ask questions that go all around the world. And
That's
there's no
not all
need to
around
do
the
that.
world. Sankofa, hold on, Sankofa.
Sankofa.
It's not all around the world.
Sister
If you
Freedom,
have the
tomorrow
slave
we
ship-
will bring the
Hold
real
on,
DNA
Sankofa,
evidence, not none of this fake stuff that y'all be on here doing. My grandmama said, my great grandmama said, all that is fake.
He got a
All
banana
that
in his
is
hand.
fake.
He holding a
Stand
banana.
on DNA or you ain't standing on nothing. Why y'all so afraid to take a DNA test to prove you have native DNA?
Hey, put
Nobody
that banana
said
in your
we don't
mouth.
have Africa. That's what the point I don't get.
Why are you
Put that
yelling
banana
at
in your mouth.
Why are you so
Put that
afraid?
banana. Why you holding that
Why
banana
is you
like
so
that?
afraid to take a DNA
Why
test?
you palming that banana like that?
Why are you so afraid to take a DNA test to prove that
Why
you're
you
Native
holding that banana
American?
like that?
I took the DNA test and
Dulcinea, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Topcatz, the fake Native
But you
American.
interrupted me. I was asking the question. No one else was asking a question
All I hear
right
is
now.
Topcatz
It was
now.
me. And I took the DNA test. So you said majority of people are from Nigeria, but that's not what that's.
I said the majority of my people. I said
Yeah,
the
but
majority
I'm
of my
asking you
people.
about the slave port.
I'm not saying everything about everyone. I'm saying
I don't
my
understand
people.
what the argument is.
Most
God,
of that,
today.
well,
The
Sister
argument
Freedom,
is
hold
that we're
on.
not
All
no
I'm trying to
Moors. We're
understand
not
is
no indigenous
what
Indians.
port?
Indians
All
come
I'm
from
trying
India,
to-
Topcatz.
all
One
I'm
Indians
mic,
come from America, bruh.
Sankofa. One mic,
All I'm
Sankofa.
asking
Calm
is what
down.
port
This nigga think
is
Indians come
that
from
record
America.
Calm
from?
down.
How y'all let
Right,
somebody
eat your
come up here that
banana.
think Indians come from
Bye,
America?
Eat your
Sankofa.
banana.
Bye, bye, baby.
Eat your banana.
Can you say what port that record is from? That the ship came from?
I'm not looking at it, so I know I cannot say.
She's not looking at it right now.
I can show you it.
Right. That's okay. We're gonna make a time for Sankofa to come on, and you can come on, you know, and show and stuff. Okay.
Sankofa, go eat your
Let
banana.
me ask you a question. I have a question. Wasn't the Choctaw? Dulcie, 1 second. Wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am aware that the Choctaw, or I heard that the Choctaws, weren't they like one of the Indian tribes that had the most, or owned a lot of slaves?
Yeah, they're from the Dawes. They're part of the 5 civilized tribes.
Well, you had two different fractions, so we have to make that clear. You had two different fractions. You had one side that sided with the United States and went under the civilized plan of 1791. That's where you get the term civilized tribes. And you had another, which is called a traditional, who fought against them in those wars. So you did have two sides to it. So in Mississippi, you also have the Mississippi Choctaw.
Real question for Topcatz is,
wait
so
1 second. So
what was
before
the
you
Trail
ask
of
the question,
Tears?
really quickly, I just wanted to say why I asked you, Maquela, because we had another person come on here. Her name was Dr. Truth Bey, and she gave us the ship. Her family came on as well, and I was able to find the primary source of that ship, and I found that they actually were Indian enslavers, and that particular slave time where the port was in America that it got the slaves from. So that's why I was just asking if you actually saw it for yourself.
That's
because
great.
Sometimes those slave ports are actually in America and they were enslaving Indians.
Okay, that's great. But
your question was
they were one of the tribes that had the highest number of slaveholders. Okay.
You saying you come from Alaskan
DNA comes
Inuits
from my mother.
For sure.
Yeah, you're Alaskan Inuit. That's your Filipino side. Because the Philippines came here in 1538 in Morro Bay. So look that up. So and they later became classified as Native American.
And took them over into Africa too, and other places.
Yeah, you had
Jamaica and stuff.
so you asked what was the Trail of Tears, right, sweetheart? You asked what was the Trail of Tears, sweetheart.
Okay, I want to rebuttal, but I'm not
No
able
problem,
to.
no problem. You asked what was the Trail of Tears, though, sweetheart, right?
Yeah, I understand, but yes, I did, because you're saying that it was Moors and stuff that are here, but
I never said Moors were here.
That was an exodus of Native Americans.
I never said Moors was here, Mama. And then speaking about the Trail of Tears, there was Moors in America. But me, for the Trail of Tears, my family migrated from Alabama in 1836 from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. My family also left Alabama in 1837, came to Texas because in 1829, Vicente Guerrero outlawed slavery here. So I was birthed out of that and that Trail of Tears. The migrations of my family left Alabama and came to Texas, and we created 3 towns here. And we fought in the Texas Revolution, and we also had the oldest reservation in Texas, 1855. So that's who my family is, the Alabama Society down here. So that I understand the Trail of Tears because I was birthed out of it. It goes with my story, my migration patterns. So.
But we're gonna let you go, Maquela, because we're gonna let you go, baby, because we're gonna set up a time for you and Sankofa to come on and just give your whole DNA thing, okay?
Okay, I just wanted to rebuttal one thing. My Native American is separate from my African because my African ancestry is not from the same parent. My father has African ancestry, and my Native American ancestry is from my mother. So that's therefore I can differentiate where my people are from. So
put that banana in your mouth, boy. Shut up. That banana darker than you.
When you have the actual slave records and you can find the ship and everything, you'll be able to find the ship master, who owned the ship, and what ports they came from, the year that your ancestry was from. So there's a lot of things that you would be able to answer with that information. And sometimes what people do is they know portions of it, but they didn't actually go down to actually research who this slave master was, where the port they came from or anything like that. And I'm not saying you did. I was just using an example of someone who has come on the show before and said the same thing about having an African ancestor on a particular slave ship. And then I was able to find that those were Indian ancestors, actually.
Well, anyway, we're gonna let her go, Dulcie.
Okay, bye, Miss Kayla. Ain't no telling what that.
And we're gonna set up a time that Sankofa can come on, okay? And then you can come on and show yourself. Okay.
And Sankofa, we gonna get you some t-shirts, some 23andMe, some Ancestry. We definitely gonna make sure that they are paying you your due, right? Because you are a walking billboard and people get paid for that. So
hey,
I'm trying to
those
figure out.
DNA tests only pull from the matrilineal line for women. Like
yes,
for a sister, you would have to get a brother who has the same mom and dad as you to take it, so that you could get both parents.
I'm trying to
figure
figure out why
you're
they
only gonna get that matrilineal.
Well,
what's
that's
confusing
not
me though? Hold on one second, y'all. What's confusing me is why the boy just won't eat the banana. What he about to go do with that banana? Why is he would not eat it? What he about to go do with that?
Leave the banana alone.
Y'all be cool. Good night. Appreciate y'all letting me up. I'm about to go.
They actually can identify your chromosomes and who you're related to by a particular chromosome. So
you want to take that back.
You can't find out who your Y is or do Y DNA, of course, as a woman. But what they can do is show you like who you're related to on your father's side through the X chromosome that you got from your father.
Okay, yeah, because the 23andMe, they can only go so far through the father's side, you know.
I just don't even see
you know, they can't go that deep.
I don't understand. She said they can find it can tell her the boat that came over on. Oh,
she a
but they can tell you tribe. They can tell you the boat, and then they can what tribe in Nigeria? Because Nigeria ain't even been there that long. Ain't been there that long. I just gonna wait until they give it, so you know.
I want to appreciate y'all, beautiful queens, for letting me up.
Can you please tell your the people that's in the chat to come subscribe to Unscrambled Minds?
They subscribed in. I'm looking at them. Yeah, they can hear you too. Yeah, there's a lot of them down there in the chat.
Subscribe, y'all. Subscribe.
Yeah, y'all down there. Show some love.
This is gonna be fun. We having a whole fun rest of the month. Next month we got some good people coming up. Topcatz gonna keep coming up, beating them up.
I'm gonna have to stay, but y'all gonna make me public enemy number one. Now all the Moors hate me now.
My God, today.
Now the Moors dislike me.
I done got off and came back on at all. I thought maybe his phone.
Dude, he is hurt. He mad. He frustrated. But he was so excited when y'all told him about it. He said, "Yeah, I'm next. Put me up there." Yeah. Hey, woo. It's a different era. Dice back that land on their couch like that with their leather on. I'm finna get up out of here. Y'all be cool. Enjoy the rest of y'all night. Appreciate y'all.
I have a question. No. Why are you running? Wait, hold up. Come here.
Because I'm scared.
Don't run. Asian's persuasion is talking to you right now. I have a favor. Okay,
ma'am.
A huge favor. Now, a little birdie told me that you said that Unscrambled Minds don't love you. Is that true?
I never said that. I know that I say this here. When I come over here, I think my energy be, it kind of disrupts, you know what I mean, the flow of the show. Yeah, so I try to stay away, like my energy.
Don't
a lot of
do that.
people don't, you know what I mean. So I just.
Yeah. Okay.
Kofa, come on now.
Look, he down there. He in the chat. Boy, what you about to go do with that banana?
Let it go, Sankofa. You gonna come on and do a presentation?
Yeah, let that banana go too, because I don't know what you got plans on. Playing with that fruit. What you about to go do with that banana, boy?
Come on now.
He about to deep alone. Yeah, he about to deep up that banana.
Sankofa, come on now. Don't start saying
that banana darker than you. That's sad. No, he needs sunscreen. But anyway, Dotch, what you was saying, Mom? I'd rather talk to you than him. He is trying to get my attention, and Dotch ain't letting him all that leather. But what you was saying though?
That
I was-
means I don't want to deal with it.
No, I
don't-
was saying I know you would never say that, and I had to, you know. But listen,
Well, I
we got
know
a lot of heat.
who come for me
I
and I
didn't
know
even
who
know
don't. I say
it's-
that. I know who good for me and I know who don't. I say that.
Yeah. Okay.
Why is he calling us the N word? Come on now, Sankofa.
No, listen. You
He
are big.
racist. White folk, that
on?
white boy coming at him. He racist.
Come on.
Got a Klan background
I
anyway.
didn't know Sankofa act like that. I really didn't.
He just came back from Africa, all this sunscreen on out there, trying to hang out in Africa. Yeah, boy, go sit down and play with your banana, with your fruit. Yeah.
Sankofa, would you stop so you can come on and do your own presentation?
See, this is why I can't come. They be feeling intimidated by me when I come over here, you know. And all of these people, they've been knowing y'all before me, and they feel like, you know what I'm saying? I come over here and, you know, they can't be themselves, and still they shine. They ain't man enough, you know.
He said, y'all keep
they ain't man enough. And so I come around, they get insecure. Get a little insecure and jealous. You finna go put that banana in.
I know you're not talking to me, Sankofa. I know you're talking to them.
He gonna put that banana in his booty.
You have never talked mean to me like that.
He about to go sit on that banana.
Your man faces was crazy. Sankofa, light skin Sankofa. Listen, you had me hollering in here with his every time he camped up to Jesse's face.
Yeah, he was mad. He was mad. Ball head, scoop ball head. I gotta go, y'all.
For real.
All right, ladies, I love y'all. Peace.
He said, I'm African, of course.
But it's cold. That cold. Banana in the tailpipe. Banana in the tailpipe is crazy. Say, man. Say, man. That fucked up. That fucked up, man. I gotta go, man. All right, y'all. Y'all had to get out of there, man. That boy got a banana in the tailpipe. The street get wicked. The street get wicked. The street get wicked. Banana in the tailpipe. High yellow niggas. I ain't know y'all nigga get in there. He think he a banana basket. Yeah, that nigga think he a banana fruit bowl. Fruit. Yeah, he think he a banana basket. She get wicked. She get wicked. Man, say, man, why they do Abdullah like that, man? I like Abdullah, bro. Boy, y'all about the Moorish community is in disarray right now. Oh boy, why y'all do the come on, man. Draco said he gonna peel it first. Oh man. He do a little trick. You know how women put the condom on with their mouth? Yeah, that nigga sit on it and split the banana. Yeah, that nigga sit on it, and as he's sitting on it and that banana pushing up in him, that be peeling down slow as he sit down on that motherfucker. Banana in the tailpipe. She get wicked. She get wicked. Yeah, that nigga that sat down and peeled that banana with his booty, man. Squeezing his muscles. Yeah. Yeah. That is some Pan-African. We know y'all Pan-Africans. Listen, y'all locked up for man, listen, boy, nature, boy, all of y'all got them crimes and cases on y'all over there, boy. We know how y'all get down. You never know. Boy, coming there with that red, black, and green, that's a dead giveaway. Red, black, and green. Dead giveaway. Banana boys. Nigga gonna ask me why I was something. Now, nigga, why you holding that banana like that? You showed little palm and that's something, You sure got that whole wide world in your palm, don't you? Yeah. That's monkey business. Yeah, you got some monkey business going on. Well, I love you, my Moorish brothers, but tonight wasn't a good night for y'all. It's a little more with them all on the panel, bro. Kind of threw off. I think it could have been a better conversation. The first guy that went, he wanted to argue and fight. It was crazy. Then some more people came on. They want to fight, and it just, it was just bad, man. It got clogged up. The energy was low. Abdullah hung up in their face. Yeah, he hung up. But boy, I came out with some, you know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to go and get out. There was too much time, and I might could have walked it in if I would have went a little earlier. But I was like, man, get out the way, y'all. Let's just get in. And at first, when he said, man, I've been teaching this, and man, I take it back. I taught so many people this, and this is one of the things that I'm saying about a lot of people, even today. People have a career of teaching misinformation to the people, and that brother said, man, I cried at night because I misled my people, man. That was touching to me, man. And man, that's what I'm saying, bro. And that guy is a legend, bro. Them Hall of Famers, and I give them their respect. But when other people was talking, he was jumping in there, putting it, smothering their work. When I was talking, he was listening. He was listening. He was quiet, listening. Bars. I am the legendary Big T Topcatz. Glizzy in the tailpipe. Stop it. Stop it. Nah, but I mean, it is what it is, bro. And they keep bringing the Moors on there, and Freedom them think they slick. Got me coming in there with the Moors, telling me they got a secret weapon waiting in the back. Just stand back here. The nigga ain't gonna sit down. If you come in and they see you, just sit down. We're gonna get into a conversation and just walk out. You know what I'm saying? Nah, y'all getting down on me, man. These people, come on, man. Y'all gonna have the Moors after me. Chicky wicked. Chicky wicked. They said they're gonna have a seal on their necks. I mean, it's getting crazier and crazier, guys. This is getting crazy, guys. I don't want it to, you know what I'm saying? It was so many people on the panel that it didn't. It wasn't like when Ties was there. It wasn't able to be respectful and calm in the conversation. It was more, rah. I don't, we got to do better. We got to do better the next time. That was draining. The brother did get a little frustrated, some of the questions. And he did what I seen a lot of Moors do. When it comes down to proof and evidence, their most powerful sources on the Moor is going to be taking them to Europe. I'm telling you, if anybody out here comes and they talking about they're a debater and the Moors, all they got to do is come watch this series because they're getting the answers straight from the masters. Now, Abdullah, I wish he would have been able to answer more questions, some questions. And he showed the road and some niggas, he was just like, I don't like that question, nigga, next question. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so but I think this is I think it's needed if we're here for what we're really saying we're here for, and that brother can say, hey, I was wrong, then a lot of people need to come out and admit they was wrong. Bro, it's not cool to spew misinformation, bro, because people following you and they believing in you and they're expecting for you to have their best interest at heart. And then to find out they've been following you 25 years, and for the last 25 years I've been living a lie, bro. That man, how can you, man? What you type of karma you think gonna come with that? And so I say to a lot of these people, bro, that's out here, who, man, I know people, bro, that then brought in wrong information, and now today they got different perspectives on it, but they ain't never came and apologized to the people that was believing in that. And that's not cool. It's not cool. These Pan-African elders, all their career they've been teaching us, pointing us back to Africa, and now since this is popping, now they want to come in talking about the Australopithecus bones and all this here, and they found a bone and it's bringing them back to America, and they migrated over here and everybody. Nah, listen, man. If you have been out here teaching false history, you do not qualify no more. In the new era, like Nisha said, man, y'all Moors been here over 100 years. Y'all ain't done nothing. Why y'all still out here preaching this word to us? And so it's just becoming obvious now. Like I said, a lot of people been here a long time. Their time is up. A lot of people have hit their apex and they're not growing anymore. So game is gonna pass them up. And BCU, we just getting started, and man, we stronger than ever. And you know, hey man, say we here to say today the Indian way. With that being said, y'all be cool like y'all be cool. Enjoy the rest of y'all night. Tifa. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night, man. I love y'all. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool. Long as we got each other, we don't need nobody. Mother fucking me ill. But it did trip me out though. A few points tripped me out. But yeah, I didn't expect that, man. I knew I was gonna throw that punch, but when I threw it, it was so fast. I said, man, was that the right? Was it the right you know what I'm saying? Because he broke down in the, man, I'm sorry, man. I did teach that. I wrote that in my book. And I'm like, man, I ain't know he's gonna go, you know. That one really hurt. That was a kidney shot. That's that motherfucker Tank put Ryan Garcia down with. Man, I'm gone, man. Y'all the legendary Big Chief Topcatz, Big Chief University.
Tell me what you see in me. Gotta be something different. You must be made for me. Patience is nothing.
No. Hey.
I don't know why you love me.
Hey. You will be back. Yeah. Out of the bag. Hold up.
Nobody else had a clue what I could do,
What would it? Hold up. Talking to you? Yeah. Talk to him. Hey. Never fall out of love with you. Yo. What? Nah. Baby, I'm trusting you. Yeah. Huh?
I'm trusting you, baby.
Oh, yeah. She feel that dick in her chest at night. Yeah. Get what? Hey. Yo. Let's go. Hey.